351 West Center in Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo Channel 17, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We'll begin with the roll call. Mr. Parks.
Wayne Parker.
George Stewart. David Harding. Gary Winterton. David Andrew. Dave Sewell.
Kate Santiago.
Matt Taylor. Brian Jones.
Louise Jurgensen.
Dave Taylor.
Thank you. The opening prayer will be provided by Corey Norman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh. I'm happy to pray.
Thank you.
Heavenly Father, our has this day, at the beginning of this work session, and express our gratitude for our many blessings. We're so grateful for this city and for the amazing residents that reside here. We're grateful for the municipal council, for the diligence which its members take, the consideration which they take in dealing with issues. We pray, God, please bless them, please sustain them as they deal through and discuss these tough issues today. We pray that by Spirit with the city workers and the city employees, that they will be able to do their jobs to the best of their capacity today and be able to do so in a safe manner. We pray that thou please bless us lunch, that will give us the nourishing strength that we need, and do so in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you, Corey. So if everyone has had a chance to review the minutes, the January 5th, 2016 work minutes, February 2nd, 2016 work meeting minutes, the February 16th, 2016 work meeting minutes, and the February 4th, 2016 Council School Board Joint Meeting minutes. Are there?
I didn't attend the school board meeting, so we're gonna look for them all at the same time. I mean, I don't want to.
Whatever's possible.
Yeah, well, let's do the first four first, or first three, and excluding the school board meeting minutes, and then we'll do that afterwards. That's okay. Are there any other comments or edits? Okay, we'll call for a motion on the first three meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Winterton. Second, Mr. Sewell. All in favor? The voting is unanimous. Thank you. So now we'll look for a motion on the February 4th joint council and school board meeting minutes.
The only comment I had on that was I did mention some of these that were a few people absent that weren't shown, and I don't know if that's been corrected. That was all I had.
So was that be here first?
Oh,
Mr. Connect?
No. Oh, motion.
Okay. So motion by Mr. Connect and a second by Mr. Sewell. All in favor? Thank you. Voting is in favor, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Harding, Mr. Winterton, Mr. Connect, Mr. Sewell, and Ms. Santiago, and those opposed are, or abstaining, is Mr. Bender. Our first item of business today is a presentation and discussion with Claudia O'Grady and Jonathon Hawks of Utah Housing Corporation. The Utah Housing Corporation runs the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, or LIHTC, for the state of Utah. Two employees of this organization, which I just mentioned, Claudia O'Grady is the Vice President of Multifamily Housing, and Jonathon Hanks is the Senior Vice President and COO. They're here to discuss the history of the organization, the weighting elements associated with the LIHTC program, and what Provo City can do to manage the concentration of LIHTC projects and any onerous impact on neighborhoods within the city. So we'll turn the time over to you. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. Well, my name is Jonathon Hanks, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Grant Whitaker, who's the president of Utah Housing Corporation, was here just over a year ago, and I don't know if some of you were here at that presentation or not. He would certainly like to be here today, but is out of town, and so Claudia and I have a great opportunity to speak with you. So what we wanted to do is just give you a quick, not an overview of all of Utah Housing, but a little bit of what we do. We were created in 1975 by the state legislature to make sure that there's financing available for both purchase and rental housing. And so we've been a business for coming up on 41 years, and we don't receive any state appropriations. We are a public corporation of the state of Utah. Our Board of Trustees and the Utah Code, this was just changed last year. We've jumped around in the code a little bit the last few years, but we think we're home in the Section 63H. But our Board of Trustees is a member of, composed of 9 members. The Executive Director of the Department of Workforce Services. Within the Department of Workforce Services, there is a housing group, and that was moved under the Department of Workforce Services a couple of years ago. And that particular position has changed a number of times over the past 5 years as that housing group has moved from different departments in the state. The Commissioner of Financial Institutions is also on the board, as well as the State Treasurer. And then we have representatives from the lending industry, the home building industry, and then the public at large, 2 from each of those areas. And each of those 6 are proposed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. And they serve for terms of 4 years, and they can serve for 2 consecutive terms. Just quickly, you can see the map which shows how much households are spending on their housing across the country. And you see with Utah, we're down in the 15 to 20% of families in the state of Utah are paying more than 50% of their monthly income in housing expense. And that's considered a severely burdened housing costs as we look across the country. And so in Utah, we're at 15 to 20%. There is quite a number of residents in the state of Utah that are paying much more than they need to be paying, and it really puts a lot of stress on them. Just to point out really who Utah Housing was created to serve, we have this number here. The 67.6 is the Utah County, was the Utah State area median income for the year 2016. And Utah Housing is really set up to serve folks at 80% and below area median income. Our single family program, where we provide loans and down payment assistance for home buyers, our average is the about 74.5% of the area median income that we serve through our home buyer program. And that is probably about 90% of the business that Utah Housing does. On the multifamily side, really with the tax credit program, which we're here to talk a little bit more about today, you can see the average AMI is 42%. Quite a discrepancy between home ownership and those who are living in apartment units. Just a little bit about our single-family program. Utah Housing currently has 4 programs where we provide financing. We actually have a partnership of about 40 lenders across the state who originate the mortgages with a commitment from Utah Housing that we will purchase them as long as they are compliant with all of the guidelines, especially a lot of the federal guidelines that have come up recently. And just to point out, our average loan balance this past calendar year was $176,000, which has continued to go up. It went up about 13%. It's gone up about 13% over the past 2 years. And so the cost of home ownership continues to rise in the state. The other thing I'll point out here is you look at, here's the total monthly payment here, and you see we go across here to this, we call it our no MI, it's a no mortgage insurance, it's a conventional loan, but it does not require any mortgage insurance, which these first 3 here they're all FHA mortgages, so there is a component of mortgage insurance each month. You'll notice that the interest rates on these are different interest rates here. This conventional program is the highest cost from an interest rate standpoint, but there is no mortgage insurance on the payment. So over the life of the loan, this is probably the best product, but for the most part we find that people really are looking for that lowest interest rate, and so a lot of them This is really our first-time home buyer program. It has the lowest interest rate there, and we want to make sure that those who are getting into a home for the first time really can get there with the lowest interest rate possible. Yes?
Is that a 30-year mortgage?
It is. They're all 30-year fixed mortgages, and we offer down payment assistance on all of our mortgage programs, and the second mortgage is also a 30-year fixed amortizing loan. It's not a gift or a grant, but an amortizing loan, and with it being over 30 years, it's very affordable for the borrower, and they can pay that off at any time without any penalty.
Do you offer incentives for owner occupancy?
They're all expected to be 100% owner occupied the entire time.
The entire time, okay, so
Right.
It's not like a 5-year deal.
Correct. Yeah, for the duration of the outstanding Utah housing loan, that is expected to be owner occupied. It's just a quick distribution as we look over the history of Utah housing, where the loans have been made, using a population, looking at the state and where the population centers are. We look in Utah County, right down towards the bottom here, about 19% of the population of the state, and this is actually calendar year 2015, but we did about 16% of Utah Housing's loan production was in Utah County last year. That just gives you an idea. We've done over 77,000 loans, which represents about $6 billion worth of first mortgages that we financed over the last 40 years. Didn't want to get too much into the single family because I know we want to talk about multifamily, and so I'd like to invite Claudia to come up and talk to you about our multifamily program.
Happy to. So our multifamily program is really the low-income housing tax credit program, which you asked us about, and you have some familiarity with. Again, under the Utah Code, Utah Housing Corporation is the designated housing credit agencies for the purposes of carrying out Section 42 of the U.S. tax code. So the federal tax credits come to Utah Housing Corporation and go through us. There's also a state low-income housing tax credit that runs in parallel with the federal credit. They are sometimes used together, and that state credit is being used to further reduce the rent burden on tenants. Every year, under the tax code, U.S. tax code, we are required every year to update our qualified allocation plan. And the qualified allocation plan is where we enumerate our priorities, our strategies, our scoring objectives, and our incentives. Some of those incentives include a distribution of income limits up to 50% of area median income. The federal program actually allows you to go up to 60% of area median income. We have just notched that down just a little bit to incentivize some lower rent targeting. 60% area median income in most communities throughout Utah is very close to a market rate rent. Probably in areas along the Wasatch Front, there are much higher market rate rents, but in most communities, it's close. Yes?
Is your area gross or net?
It's the net. It's the area gross. I'm sorry, area. It is the net income. It's the there's a term for it, but it is the net. It's the adjusted income. Adjusted gross. Thank you. That's it. So we have distribution of income so that you get some units at lower AMIs and some units at 50% in every project. We also incentivize market rate units so that projects come to us with some affordable units, deed restricted, and some market rate units which are not restricted in any fashion. So again, just mixing the income distribution a little bit. Incentivize 3- and 4-bedroom units to accommodate larger families. We incentivize what we call credit efficiency, which is a calculation that we use to motivate developers to produce more units with less of our resources. Fewer credits, more units. We also incentivize some special needs population set-asides. Again, in each project, we try to incentivize a few units here or there, not single projects that are all dedicated to a special needs population, but that they're distributed throughout each project, and then of course throughout the state they get distributed as well.
Can you give me some examples of special needs?
Certainly. Special needs populations include seniors and assisted living under our current allocation plan, set-asides for homeless populations, not chronically homeless. Chronically homeless we handle in a slightly different fashion, but homeless populations under a HUD definition, we allow up to 5 units in each project for homeless populations, and we define that as below 25% of area median income. Those rents have to be below 25% AMI. Refugees. What are some of our other special?
Developmentally disabled.
Yeah, developmentally disabled, domestic violence victims. We have a long list of possibilities. They have to be supported by a service provider, a social services provider, who can provide services for this tenant once they're in housing in case they need services. So if, for instance, Valley Mental Health, if Valley Mental Health has an agreement with the owner to have 3 or 4 units set aside, then Valley Mental Health has to be able to come and help if there is some sort of an issue that warrants an intervention or help or support or some case management. Not every special needs population requires services, and not every individual within those categories requires services, and some do, and so we try to join the support services with the housing. Sustainable design is another one of our incentive categories, and of course proximity to mass transit. We define mass transit as the high-speed rail, so tracks and front runner. Within 1/3 of a mile to a tracks or a front runner station meets our criteria for TOD, transit-oriented development. Of course, mass transit is a big priority for many entities these days. This, I know you can't read this, but I wanted to show you this. This is our scoring summary from our last round for competitive credits. There are 2 types of tax credits. The competitive credits, which target lower rent, lower AMIs, and then the non-competitives, which are, they target right up at 60% of AMI. Liberty Center is an example of a non-competitive credit project that is going on in your community right now. So those rents are right up at 60% of area median income. The 9% credits are on a competitive basis. Developers come to us once a year. We have a one application round a year. In our last round, 20-some applications competing for a limited number of credits, because we are limited on that front. The scoring is it looks complicated. We spend a couple of months with our staff going through the scores of each project, verifying the scores, assessing the scores, trying to analyze the scores. We lump the scores into different categories and prioritize the projects by their ranking. We have a number of set-aside pools that that projects can compete in. The first one, this one is we call it the home ownership pool. That's a pool for, you might be familiar with the Crown program. That's a program through Utah Housing Corporation, which is a 15-year rent-to-own program, which has been very successful for us. We set aside a very small amount of credit, 5% of our annual ceiling, to go to the home ownership pool. We have a small and rural pool. We set aside 25% of our credit to go into the small or rural pool. So projects 25 units or fewer and rural projects can compete under that pool. We have a nonprofit set aside, which is actually dictated by the tax code. We have to have at least 10% of our credit ceiling has to go to a nonprofit every year. And then we have our general pool. And everything from here that doesn't get utilized through the competitive process rolls over into the general pool, where we fund additional projects that don't otherwise meet one of the set-aside criteria. So I just wanted to show you this just to help you understand sort of how we categorize our pools and what the competition looks like.
Do we have a Provo organization that participates in this at all?
Oh, certainly. Charlene Wild is here with Provo NeighborWorks, and they've competed in this process, not in this round, but in the round previous. And they scored well enough to receive an allocation of credit, and the project is now under construction. It's the Central Park development.
And they're in the nonprofit.
I think they were under the nonprofit category. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. We have a lot of nonprofits in the state who compete under that pool and in the general pool because there's not enough credit under that pool for all of the nonprofits. But really, most of our credit goes to qualified nonprofits. This is just a snapshot of those 9% projects that were funded in that last round that I showed you. It was a total of 762 units that we were able to produce. 73 of which were affordable, meaning 27% were market rate units, leveraged off of the affordable units. 16% of the units were in rural communities. 11% of the units were senior. 9% of the units or projects were acquisition rehab, which is the rehabilitation of an existing project. And 82%, this number's down here at the bottom, 82% were within a third of a mile from tracks and front runner. And as I said, there are a lot of entities who are involved in affordable housing that are very focused on with equitable affordable housing these days, which is the close proximity to transit. And this is, in fact, from I took this out of the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice for Provo City and Utah County, the study that Jim Wood did last year. And he noted that housing projects at TODs should include various housing types and prices that are consistent with the housing needs of protected classes. And Provo's TODs offer a very rare opportunity to bring together affordable housing proximity to employment and access to public transportation for transit-dependent households, which are disproportionately minorities and the disabled. And so, as I said, there's just a tremendous amount of momentum for affordable housing located near tracks. Very quickly, I just wanted to walk you through how tax credit housing works. It is, rents are fixed, and there's a distinction to be made between tax credit housing and subsidized housing. The subsidy in tax credit housing is for the construction of the project. It is not a rent subsidy for tenants. Rents are fixed, and they have to come up with that rent one way or another every month. So if the rent is set at $250, that's what it is, regardless of their income ability. So this will just walk you through how the calculation works quickly. If we can just say that a project gets an annual allocation of $1 million of annual tax credits, which is our limit per project, so that we can distribute more on a project basis. So we limit it to $1 million per project, which is actually each year for each of a 10-year credit period. So it's $1 million times 10, which all comes in up front. $10 million multiplied. You take those $10 million of annual credits, a developer takes those, and they go to an investor, of which we have many in our state of Utah, where we have a lot of interested buyers in tax credits. It drives pricing upwards. This indicates a purchase price of $1.05. So if you multiply the $10 million times $1.05 per credit, you get $10.5 million. And that's net equity to the partnership of just under $10.5 million. And as I said, that has to go into the construction of the project, the Sticks and Bricks program. Click through all of these. So this is a comparison of a conventional property and an affordable property. These are actual numbers from one of our 72-unit developments that we recently financed. It is project costs of $14,219,000, and if you have two identical projects, one being affordable, one not being affordable, we can walk through this calculation. The equity portion is that $10,400,000, almost $500,000 figure that I just described for you. So $10,500,000 of equity. This other project, a conventional project, has to come up with $2.8 million, 20% equity, in order to finance the balance. So financing the balance of $11 million here, but the balance over here is only $3.7 million that has to be financed. Developers are able to cobble together a number of different sources for that financing. Some of it is conventional financing, just a regular bank that provides a traditional 30-year loan for multifamily. We also have the Olin Walker Housing Loan Fund. I'm sure you're familiar with that. A resource for developers to drive down their blended interest rate a little bit. So they provide a loan with a very low interest rate, 1 or 2%. And so together it blends down the interest rate overall significantly. In this project, with the economics of this deal, the monthly debt service on the loan portion for the affordable housing was $18,850. Under this scenario, it's $57,000. So divided by the 72 units, the per unit share of monthly debt service, you can see the difference, $262 versus $800. And that's really where the affordability starts to come in. These are deed-restricted rents. We deed-restrict the projects for a period of 50 years. So they're restricted at those affordable rents for that long.
The difference is the tax credits.
The difference is the tax credits. That's right. It provides the equity. It just provides this enormous boost of equity to the projects. Given today's environment on pricing, on tax credit pricing, we're seeing projects get anywhere from 75 to 80% of their total development costs covered with the tax credit equity. It's a lot. So they only have to finance that very slim portion.
Can I?
Yeah.
The question on the financing, you had the 262. What would a rent?
Yeah.
What would a normal rent be if you're restricting the rents? Where does that go to representation?
Yeah. So then you have to factor in the operating expenses, and operating expenses are pretty similar to conventional operating expenses. We factor in about another $3,500. It can be a variety of numbers, but $3,500 per unit per year for other operating expenses. So these rents range anywhere from 262. I mean, 262 is a real rent, a realistic rent under some of our scenarios, all the way up to we just did some 2 bedrooms at downtown Salt Lake at about $525. So I mean, it's a variety because we want that variety. We want some of the rents targeted at 25% area median income, and we want some of them at 50% area median income. So it's very possible that in any project with the same 1-bedroom unit, you can have different rents on a same unit, a similar unit type, and that's the way the program works.
And so then it's a 50-year
commitment.
With the 50-year commitment to hold those rents at that price.
That's correct. Yeah.
And do they have any increase?
Yes, I was just going to say, and they inflate with a factor that HUD provides every year. There is some increase factor that HUD provides. On rare occasion, there have not been increases, but they don't decrease. So when in the years that they increase, which is most years, they go up by 2-3%, something like that. Yeah. Yes.
So I saw a map the other day as we had a joint meeting with Lawrence City Council, and it showed whether it was census tracts or something where LIHTC was possible. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like most of it was in Provo, one little spot in Orem, and I don't know where they got that map. So how do you determine where these projects go?
We don't. So, we very much don't determine where they can go. We incentivize certain siting factors. The qualified census tract issue, that's not an incentive that UHC provides. It is under the tax code. It's an incentive in that the developer is able to get a basis boost. It's a technical term, but it amounts to a possibility of more equity. So the equity scenario that I just described for you, it's possible that they could get more equity in a qualified census tract. It's becoming less and less likely that that would happen, though, because we have $1 million cap on our credit, and that is irrespective of any basis boost. So if they exceed those costs, which is that's where we are today, that most developments are of a scale enough that costs really far exceed what they could qualify for, and they only qualify for that $1 million. So, that's becoming less and less a factor. Yes?
So just to be clear, what you're saying is that map may influence how much they qualify for, but there's no restrictions. These kind of projects can go anywhere.
They can go anywhere.
The qualified areas.
Right, absolutely. And they can go anywhere. And we do have, every year we have some in a qualified census tract, some not in a qualified census tract. So much of it has to do with, land costs. A developer can get a good deal on land elsewhere. As I said, the scale of the project makes a difference, but it has nothing to do. It's just where the developer picks to go. That's really it. The market really is what dictates where developers will go, we hope.
So, yeah, Todd, and some of those other qualifications, those are not weighted differently then? They're all weighted the same, or are they weighted differently?
Go back to that slide. They are weighted differently, and I don't actually know the weighting off the top of my head. But so the majority of the weighting under this list of incentives that I've provided you, which isn't the full list, but the distribution of income limits is by far and away the majority of points. So that we really want to motivate developers to distribute income so that they don't have one project at 35% AMI where all tenants are under 35% AMI. We want them to have some at 35, some at 50, maybe up to 5, a few units that are 25% AMI, and some market rate units. And that is typically how our developers apply. This is so competitive that they kind of maximize every incentive that we can offer. So they do distribute the income just as we've incentivized, and they do. We allow up points for up to 30% of a project being market rate units, and that is typically what we see these days. They go right up to 30%. So 70% are affordable.
What other projects in Provo are you familiar with that are like that?
Yeah, I was going to get to that. I can jump down to those. We can cruise through here. This is just more of what I've just described. We'll come back to this. We know Bay Harbor. You guys probably are familiar with Bay Harbor. Your project, I believe, isn't it? Oops, I'm sorry. I kicked the mayor. Sorry.
I kicked back.
Okay, sorry. I didn't see you come in. Okay.
It's not senior. No.
It's not? Okay, so family housing. That's right. I knew that. It was family housing. Canyon View, I think. And this is by the Provo City Housing Authority. The Mazer School, which is it's an ACC rehab, a historic preservation of the school building. Also, Provo City, Provo City Housing Authority. Beautiful building. This is Central Park. This is NeighborWorks project over by the track station near that area, and 54 units, 59 units, 59 units. Liberty Center right down the street, new construction. This is under our 4% program, which is a mix, 60% AMI rent, so higher income levels, and I think it's 50-50, so 50% are market rate. This is a very nice project, Startup Crossing. It's really, that turned out beautifully. It really, it's by a nonprofit group in our community who's done a number of projects in Ogden, Salt Lake City, here. And again, this one is also a mix of market rate, affordable, yes.
But no 3 and 4 bedroom in that.
Yeah, I think they didn't do any 3 and 4 bedrooms, right.
It's all 1 bedroom or efficiencies.
Yeah, and it's hard, developers, it's hard for developers to capture everything that we would look for in a project. If there is a market for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom units, studio units, developers are certainly, they can do those. So Utah Housing, we try to stay out of the economic structure of a project. We're not the ones at risk. The developer is the one at risk. And if they have a market study that supports 1s and 2s, great. If they have a market study that can support 3s and 4s, great. You know, we don't just, you know, we make no differentiation except that we give points. We try to incentivize those units because they are, you know, a little more costly to do, but we try to incentivize those. And we do most of our applicants these days do take advantage of those points. They may not do 100% 3-bedroom units, but they'll do a good number of units as 3 bedrooms. This is what Startup Crossing was before it was Startup Crossing, so it's a real improvement to that particular corner. So those are all the pictures that I have. We have the St. Francis, which is called something else, Cascade Gardens, I want to say? Yeah, Cascade Gardens, which was also the rehabilitation of a historic church, I believe, and that one is seniors.
Knocked it down.
Yeah, so yeah, we do a variety, and here in Provo we have a few Crown projects as well, the single-family rent-to-own projects. So we have a variety, and you know, so yes.
I'm sorry, when you finish your thought.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, you have single-family home ownership programs?
Yes. It's a rent-to-own program, so yes.
Okay. Is that the Crown or is that separate?
That's Crown.
Just, okay. But there's 2 parts to this. You presented earlier on the single-family. Is that single-family detached or does that include townhomes?
It does include townhomes and condominiums, any PUDs as well.
Okay. Okay. So
we
home ownership.
Right.
And we don't provide the construction financing on those. We buy the mortgages on those. So they are. I think the other day one of our board members sort of observed. You know, it's kind of nice to see the multifamily projects because you know you drive by and you know gosh we did that. We don't. You can drive through a neighborhood and you know I'm sure that in every neighborhood throughout the state we have financed a home, and we wouldn't necessarily know which one. I mean, just unless we looked it up. So.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we talked a bit about, excuse me, the missing middle. It seemed like we had single families. I think what it was presented as single family and multifamily, but the multifamily looked like it's all rentals. But it sounds like single family can actually be multifamily ownership.
It can be in a condominium. So they can, if somebody wants to go buy a condominium, they can certainly get a loan for that. When I refer to multifamily, and I guess as we talk internally, multifamily is apartment living. So all rental.
It might be interesting, probably not important to our discussion now, but if your multifamily, if your construction allowed for condominium type, as well. So just try to get that broader mix of housing options.
The multifamily finance program does not allow, it's a rental program. That is very clear under the tax code.
Okay.
And so we don't really have a lot of latitude under that.
So you don't track the rent to own the number, or do you have a number or percentage that you have in Provo? You said you didn't track them individually or necessarily know which.
Oh, the mortgages. Oh, yeah, we do.
Do you have a number or percentage?
I'll tell you how. Yeah, there was one project that was just completed called Franklin Heights. I think there are, I can tell you how many units. I think there were 6 units there.
Is that near the grill? Around 6,000?
It's 4 units, and it was also the Provo.
About 450 West, 200. No, I'm sorry, that's Cascade Gardens. 541 West, 500 South. It's approximately where that project is. And then there were 2 other Crown projects, which have actually been converted to home ownership now. They were started in 1995 and 96. And actually the Provo Crown 96 unit there, they're rolling over to home ownership opportunities now. So those tenants who are living in the home, they have the opportunity to purchase the home this year.
So in the past, Provo City has done some programs to encourage owner occupancy, and even to the point of putting like deed restrictions on, which became unpopular after the economic downturn. So banks don't like owner occupancy restrictions, but you're getting around that because you are the bank for these homes?
Well, it's true that we are, but this is operating under part of the tax credit program. So for those first 15 years, it is a rental program. They're paying rent, and they can come. If circumstances require them to move out, they can move out. They don't have to sell the unit; they just move out. And there's a management company that manages that unit, and the manager will go and find a new renter for that home. But a portion of all of the rent that is paid over those 15 years will reduce the purchase price. It kicks in a little bit of equity, and so it will reduce the ultimate purchase price. So at the end of the 15 years, we can sell the homes very affordably.
But as far as requiring owner occupancy, we talked about that, and so how do you require owner occupancy when usually it can't be done?
So this is under a mortgage program.
Yeah, and that's when you say under a mortgage program, it can't be done.
Well, they don't like loaning on a house that has a deed restriction, and so Provo actually got rid of a lot of our deed restrictions, thinking that they were not defensible. So how do you do your restrictions?
And so we have it, there's a tax exempt, or it used to be called a tax exempt financing rider. Most of the financing that we used to use was all tax exempt financing. We use a mix of tax exempt and taxable now, so we have a financing rider that just says the owner will owner occupy the house for as long as they have a Utah housing loan. Now, from a compliance standpoint, if we find out, say if we service all of our own loans, if our servicing group finds out that the property has turned into a rental property, just in the last couple of years, our legal counsel has said, you really shouldn't try to enforce that owner occupancy requirement. And so we won't foreclose on anybody now because it's not owner occupied. So there is some, even though there is a requirement, and if we find out, we ask them, when are you going to move back in, or what's the situation? We try to encourage that, but we will not go to a foreclosure proceeding simply because they're not occupying it now. But the borrower does have to certify that they will owner occupy, and certainly we know that people say they will, and it doesn't quite happen all the time.
So enforcement's a problem. Is it a better option to try to incentivize, like if you're there 5 or 10 years, then you get your second mortgage forgiven or something?
You know, we have not looked at that because we really haven't seen a problem with the properties turning into rentals. We hear that on occasion. I would say maybe 5 to 10% of our units maybe turn into rentals over a period of time. Our second mortgages, we don't want to grant those or make them forgivable from the standpoint that that's what helps fund other mortgages, other borrowers coming in who need a down payment assistance. All of those funds come from our corporate funds. And so if we were to give that money away, that money wouldn't come back in that we could reuse as another down payment assistance loan.
So we have about 5 minutes.
I just wanted to
question and answers, but if you
I just wanted to show you a list of the projects that you can see. These are in Provo, this grouping, and throughout Utah County in general. One item of note, this is a data point that we keep track of very closely every year. And I know it's very hard to read, but these 3 bar graphs for each county represent the population. So the red bar graph is the population of the state that lives in that county. The blue bar graph is the percentage of all of our low-income housing units, and the green is just the number of projects. So in Salt Lake County, you can see that Salt Lake County has about 37% of the state's population. About 48% of all of our low-income housing units are located in Salt Lake County. And just here's Utah County, where there's a little bit of a different relationship. You have just under 20% of the population and about 6.5% of the LIHTC units. So these are data that we look at very closely every year just to make sure that we are distributing units where they're needed. We track that throughout the state. So I won't bore you with any more. If you have any more questions.
Could you give staff a copy of the prior slide where it showed
Yes?
the apartments in Provo?
Yes, absolutely. I'll be happy to give you that list. This list as well is just your percentage. Provo does have 54% of all of the units in Utah County. 54% are located in Provo.
This is just the apartments.
This is the apartments, the multifamily apartments. Yep. I'll be happy to get you that information.
Thank you.
Yes.
So appreciate you coming in and presenting to us. We have had many discussions about concentrations of this type of housing, and it's good to hear that you are incentivizing a sort of a variety of different incomes and housing types. But we're seeing a pretty dense, just densely located this type of housing in our downtown area, and we're hearing from the school district that we have two schools. One is about 90% on free and reduced lunch, and the other one is 80%. And the kids are there from 8 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night because they have before school breakfast and program, and then they have after school program for these kids. And the sort of anchor families in the neighborhood are saying that they're kind of to the point of exhaustion, to the point of maybe we'll move out. And so in these areas where it's just densely located, we're trying to figure out how do we spread this out, how do we support it, how do we do it well, how do we do it better, so that there's a better mix, and particularly in this downtown, sort of south of downtown area, which we call the Franklin neighborhood, and southeast Provo. And so do you have any recommendations on how do you manage it? How do you spread this out? How do you make it so that it's more manageable, so that we do have a mix of housing types, we do have a mix of income in those areas? And do you have any ideas in your experience of how to support that, better support it?
That certainly is a challenge. I understand that, and I know that Salt Lake City, for instance, has developed a housing plan that really does speak to all housing types and income levels, and they've made a very concerted effort to incentivize some very high-end housing, and they provide developer incentives to come and do that high-end housing in some of the prime locations, downtown, near transit.
Those incentives are by the city itself.
They do provide incentives. Salt Lake City has a housing trust fund, and they provide low or no interest money to housing to come. They provide they have a number of different planning and zoning tools that they've used. I want to say density bonuses, but they really haven't codified their density bonuses yet. But they're really trying to find ways to bring that higher income base, as well as the lower income folks who need housing. They have a plan that really speaks to the full range of housing issues. I recognize the challenges. One thing we are looking at UHC, probably all housing finance agencies are facing some similar issues these days. HUD has, there's been a buzzword in the HUD world called areas of opportunity, and that's something that we're looking at. It's this concept that we want to provide housing opportunities for lower income people outside of areas where they lack opportunities for jobs, they lack opportunities for quality education, they lack opportunities for some of the health benefits that better communities enjoy. So we're considering various ways that we might add some incentive points for citing a project in some, what we're calling an area of opportunity, although we haven't yet defined area of opportunity, but we are considering that.
I think one of your categories was near other LIHTC areas. Is that one of the incentive things? So if you had several that were together, could you give it a negative incentive? Would that
Well,
The incentive was if it was near mass transit.
mass transit? But if you have a conglomeration
Yeah.
that is already being served, that is already using the mass transit, that could help solve a bit of the problem where we're getting all that low income in one area. And if it's near to other low income, could that be a negative incentive that might encourage a little bit of a broader diversity?
something to think about. We haven't considered that previously. We could certainly consider that. It gets difficult. Again, as I mentioned before, UHC, we're very reluctant to really get into too much of the economics of a deal. If a developer believes they have a better opportunity by developing in a location that already has some other LIHTC projects around it, that is their investment. They're the ones who are financially responsible for that, and so we try to stay out of that as much as possible.
This has been very helpful. You said you don't want to bore us to death. This was very, very interesting and very helpful in our discussion. I think it's, some good points have been made about how our TOD has some of these factors, the transit and the proximity to employment, some of these things that can be very helpful for low-income families. The flip side of that is kind of what we're talking about, where we have areas that, we have a very caring community. We have people that reach out and help their neighbors. And when we hit concentrations where there's so many needs, then the people that have those needs don't have the support that they could otherwise have, and the people that are trying to provide that support get stretched very thin. I noticed on the list of your LIHTC projects, I believe 2 of them there were called boulders, two different versions of that, and I'm not as familiar as some of the others, but I've heard statistics like at some points the amount of the city services, like police and fire, was above 50%, like across the city. Does anyone remember what that statistic was? I believe
I'm
it
not
was
sure,
over.
but at one point we had a station inside the apartment complex. I think it's now a community center, but just to address some of the issues. And it has been a draw on city services as well. And so we're just trying to figure out how to manage that the best way possible. And it seems like when you do have high concentrations, that's where you start to run into some of those issues, and of not having the adequate support and having to be a draw on city resources. And so that's kind of where we're at. We're just trying to figure out ways that we can look at this proactively and prevent it from occurring in other places in the city, but also support what we have a little bit better than we are right now. So.
And we fully recognize those challenges and understand that. This is probably not new news to you, but that the projects are under contract with a new owner who intends, he's working on gathering the financing now, and he and I have been working closely together. They will put a significant amount of financing into recapitalizing the project. So, we're hopeful, as are you, I know, that it will, this will be a big turnaround for the project. New management, new owner, and full recapitalization. That will be very helpful for that particular project. So, yeah.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking time today to come share with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
The next item is a presentation and report from the administration regarding the 25 fees identified for review in the Consolidated Fee Schedule. In 2015, the Budget Committee asked the Municipal Council to consider a periodic review of fees from the Consolidated Fee Schedule and have varying administration departments come and explain the true costs behind their respective fees. The schedule was set to review 25 fees each quarter, And we are here today to hear from our community development director, Gary McGinn, and read us some very well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I hammer your name every
No, that's
time.
perfect.
Okay, all right.
I'm not very picky, get the difficult one.
Okay, finance, will you be presenting them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Gary will be assisting. So we can use them now.
So, as Councilor Santiago mentioned, we're examining a set of fees. These specifically come from the Community Development Department. There's actually 37 fees that we examine. A lot of this goes out. I have to commend the people involved, Brian Maxfield in the Community Development Department and supervisor, put a lot of work and analysis into this process. And I think we've come to appreciate the processes that we've examined here. So you'll see here there's a list. These are 37 different fees, and these cover mostly community development, so they don't cover some of the other fees that might apply in inspections and other things. And we felt like looking at community development fees together rather than a cross-section of the city would be a little bit more efficient. So to give you kind of a perspective of what these fees are, community development fees have some variability built into them, but there is a high degree of difference in the costs associated with providing a service to a customer. A very small project might be very easy and not require a lot of man hours to respond to, but a very large project like the hospital expansion can take hundreds of employee hours. And so we tried in a way to capture different levels of staff engagement to capture some of those costs and to put, again, them in perspective. Together an overview of some of the major fees and the major revenues that these currently generate. So I'll kind of break down what this is showing at the moment. So right now, these are just, like I said, the major fees that we kind of looked at to get an estimate of this is what the current fee is being charged for each of these services. This is an estimate of the occurrence of those fees for fiscal 15. And then this is an estimate of the cost that we use to provide that fee. And this estimate is kind of the average or low in all the cases where there is variability. And you can see here what our current revenue is about $130,000. This doesn't, again, capture everything, but I feel like we're confident that we're within 10% of the total. So this is the amount of money that we're dealing with. And this is the coverage ratio. So excluding this one fee, this final subdivision fee, which is actually profitable, it's kind of a final step, last step of a process, so it doesn't actually require as much work, but the fee is generating additional revenue. Excluding that one, the fees are at about 45–50% of coverage of the cost to provide that service. And we've put in here an estimate, if we were to change these fees to be 100% cost recovery, so this one fee would go down, but all the other fees would go up, it would generate an additional $34,000 for the city. And that's, again, just to kind of put into perspective the amount of dollars that we're talking about when examining the costs associated with it.
What if we left that final subdivision, we left that at its current?
Yes, if
And
we left
then
that
just
at
brought all the
that
other
rate,
ones up, and we'd be more,
yeah, it would be closer to $60,000. Yes, I can show you here that if we were to leave that fee the same, it would generate $64,000. And again, this is just an estimate.
Potential problem with that is what the definition of a fee is, right? It's at least arguably legally permissible for that fee to be so high because it covers the other fees. But if you raise all of the other fees so that you're getting 100% cost recovery, then there's an argument that leaving that fee where it is makes it a tax, not a fee, because it's higher than what your costs actually are.
because that one includes the rezoning and
Yeah, and many of these
project
fees,
plan.
multiple of them apply, and I wanted to invite Gary McGinn to kind of give a perspective on kind of the general process and some of the policy implications on why these haven't been 100% cost recovery in the past. Gary, do you want to? Sure.
So the fees that you see here are not all of the fees that we charge. I think there's 37 different ones. But frequently when, let's take a rezone. When somebody needs to rezone their property, it's not just a rezone that happens. If you remember, under our code, anytime somebody makes a rezone, they're required to also make an application for a preliminary subdivision. So with a rezone will come a preliminary subdivision, and then that same project, at the end of it, will have a final subdivision. So all three of those projects relate to the exact same piece of ground with the exact same project going in. But there are different aspects of that project that we deal with. And so admittedly, by the time we get to a final subdivision under our fee structure, it should be, and hopefully is, a fairly simple, straightforward process to go through. And so all of these fees, well, not all of them, but many of these fees on one project that comes in can be interrelated. You could have an annexation, one project to come into the city. With it, you could have an annexation, you could have a general plan amendment, a rezone, a project plan, and a subdivision, all with that one project. And traditionally how we've gone, occasionally the councils in the past have asked us, how are your fees? And typically what they have asked us to do is go out and survey all the other communities around, and which we do. We try to survey communities of our same size and complexity, things like that. So we'll look at Sandys and Orem and Ogden, the West Valley, Salt Lake City, and that's what will come up. And we'll do that, and then we take a list of everybody's fees for similarly situated things, and most everybody has generally the same types of fees. They may be called something a little different in each community. And we try to do that, and we'll rank them for the fees, and we'll have the highest and we'll have the lowest. And traditionally, what we've been is tried to be in about the middle of the fees. And can we make this bigger? Or I think it might help a little. So we've tried to be about in the middle. So traditionally where our fees have been, as we've gone through and looked at them, is we've been pretty much in the middle. There might be one or two fees that were on the lower end. There might be one or two fees that were on the higher end. A good example of some, we're somewhat in the middle on a rezone text amendment, general plan, those types of fees. Other communities will have a general plan that can be $1,000. And I think there's even one community that has a $2,000 general plan fee. And part of the reason for that, I believe, is in those communities, they've set their general fee at that level as, frankly, only to invite serious applications, as opposed to, part of this is we have an appeal. Appeal is a $200. So you go to the Planning Commission, you get an answer, you don't like it, you can appeal it, it costs $200 to do that. Other communities have decided they want to raise their fees, and so it's a disincentive for all but a very serious appeal. Now, having said that, it can price other meritorious appeals out of the market because it's too high. Question?
So it looks like we made a conscious choice at 22.2% to charge about half of the 50%, and then kind of reduce the price down to 200 when maybe it could be 400.
Yeah, I think in the past the city has made a conscious decision for our fees to kind of be generally in the middle of the pack. That's typically what developers do when they come in, is they compare our fees, whether they're these fees, whether there are impact fees, and they rank them against other communities. And that's will be one of the things that we hear is your impact fees are way too high, your development fees are way too high, why can't you be more like this other city? And so part of, I think, the analysis or the policy question for the council is, at what level do you want that competitiveness? Some of these fees go to clearly the property owner when they're developing, and it's that private benefit. Some of the portion of this fee goes to the public at large as we review plans and ensure that they comply with the city's codes. And so in the past, at least, the direction we've have gotten from the council is to make sure we're not the lowest, make sure we're not the highest in there, and get some sort of cost recovery with them that's on par generally with other communities, where on each individual item, each community may have a different fee set for a particular goal that they're trying to achieve. Now, these are the fees typically used for development, to come in and begin developing in the city. Then once that happens, we have another set of fees that come in when you pull a building permit to build your building. The first one is a plan check fee. So they submit plans to the city, and we review them to make sure that they comply with the building codes, to make sure that they're safe and designed appropriately. Then when construction begins, we issue we issue a building permit. So once we check the plans to make sure they comply with code, and we're ready to issue them and say, here, take the plans and go build your building, they pay a building permit fee, and then the fees from that building permit go to offset the costs of inspections and things like that happen. And in the community development department, the vast majority of our fees come from building permit fees and plan check fees. So this, Dustin was talking about the $130,000 estimate that's probably going to capture these types of fees that we deal with. For the year, this fiscal year that we're in, that will end coming up, my guess is will probably be around $2.3 or $4 million in plan check and building permit fees. Now those fees are found in the building codes, and the state of Utah adopts a building code and says, okay, all you municipalities, here's the building code that you need to use. And the building code has the fees that we can charge as a percentage of the value of the property and or the project. The theory being, the more valuable the project, the more intensive the plan review needs to be, and the more extensive the inspections will be.
So if you have $2 million, over $2 million in fees that you'll be collecting
through building permit fees.
Building, just for that alone.
Plan check and building permit fees, yes. And those.
And you're only recouping under 50% of that, those fees?
No, under the state code, we recoup much more than the cost to the city on those fees. But those have been fees that are in the international codes that the state of Utah adopts and then requires cities to adopt and use. And so those are the fees that are allowed by state code. And there's always talk once in a while about, okay, should this be merely cost recovery on these fees too? And if it went to that level, the income that we would be able to recoup, or that we would get from those fees, would be reduced dramatically.
But that would have to be done in the state legislature. Is that right? We are not involved in that, are we?
Well, we're every time an issue like this comes up, I know the League of Cities and Towns gets involved, and these, for instance, a rezone really isn't done in a vacuum. Nobody comes in and makes an application to rezone their property just for the warm, fuzzy feeling of knowing their property's rezoned. It's usually rezoned so that eventually you can do a subdivision, then you can get building permits, and you can build things. And so it's part of an overall process and project. And every time a discussion about building permit fees and plan check fees have come up at the state legislature, I think the league gets involved, or that's been my experience, and we talk about the whole process together. about all the fees, including our planning fees and the building permit fees and how it all works and what would happen.
If the council would like, I can go through kind of the methodology that we used in examining some of these costs, if you'd like.
Can I answer another question before we move on? So just so I'm clear, the other part of this that we've talked about but we don't have in front of us, the plan check and building fees, the cost recovery on that is well over 100%.
Yes. Yes. So, you know, for instance, we'll have a large project that'll come in to the city, and you take a Temple, a New Skin, a Wells Fargo, a project like that. The plan check fee on that project can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so
the real difficulty you get into is those were outside the scope of this analysis, and there are some other externalities of the implications of building permits and planning check fees, and I think to look at it solely from the cost of to community development would do those fees a disservice. Okay. And I think that there's larger implications, I think, than that would be worth examining at a different time.
And what I was just going to say, it comes in, but it's just not community development that looks at those you know, public works is very impacted by those, energy is very impacted by those, a lot of different.
And it's a follow-up question. We're talking 130,000, 2.3 million. How does that compare to your overall department budget, annual budget?
That's about 2.3 million.
So it's roughly equivalent.
Pretty close. Look at the total budget for the whole. And there's also other departments that are impacted by those.
Well, right. Thank you. And that's very important to keep in mind.
And with that, you need to remember, for instance, zoning enforcement. We have zoning enforcement division, and we have 4 FTE officers, a zoning administrator, and a secretary that works with them. Zoning enforcement is the enforcement of city laws and codes. And typically, that is, councils have looked at that as a public benefit. And the vast majority of that expense is a public benefit. But that's included in the overall community development department budget also.
So that's my final question was, how much of your work falls outside of these 2 areas, preliminary planning and then the plan check and building fees? How much, just ballpark? Your department, how much of it is outside of those?
In the department, we have about we have 25, 26 FTEs. Zoning division is 6 of those FTEs. They do hundreds, if not thousands, of cases a year. Disproportionately, I'd say they probably do a third of the work. We have 4 divisions: property management, zoning inspection, or zoning enforcement, planning, and building inspection. And so I'd say they probably do somewhere more than a quarter, up to around a third of the work that we do.
The other 3 would be kind of in this area of plan check, building fees, and then the planning fees.
Yes, and then the property manager, property coordinator for the city, really is internally coordinates the properties that Provo City has, keeps track of those territorial. And so if we're going to buy a piece of property, she gets involved, does appraisals, helps us negotiate easements, things like that. Somebody, we sell a piece of property, buy a piece of property, it's all of those things.
There's a fair amount that's somewhat connected. So all the neighborhood plans, for instance, that comes out of planning, you could say it's the result of this, but it's going on too, even without this development. That's hard to factor in there as well.
Okay. Yeah. So on that, more than a quarter, but up to about a third. That's about as scientific as I can give you in a couple of minutes.
The thing I would add too is that with some of the large projects that we had in Provo in the last couple of years, our community development revenues have been, with the plan check and the inspection, has been higher than normal. We're normally around 1.7 million, so it's up significantly just this the last couple of years, just big projects.
Some of these are a culmination of multiple years of effort that, you know, the New Skin or Temple or any of these development projects span multiple and we might collect those fees within certain timeframes. So any of these numbers, a final subdivision might have been started several years ago as a preliminary or not at all. And so there's some discrepancy.
So when you look at the actual cost of supplying that service, then we have these other things that are just kind of overarching, where the community development department, despite doing so many different things, is also tasked with updating the general plan and spending time and money doing that. Which I know you mentioned the neighborhood plans, which are a subset of that. But the general plan is dealing with all aspects of development, and it has to be paid for somehow.
Yeah. And that's true. And then there are some things that we do in community development where we've made a decided decision not to come anywhere near full cost recovery because we think the public benefit is so great. And the best example I can give of that is, any of you want to finish your basement. You have an unfinished basement, you come in and finish it. The best deal around is come in and get a building permit from us, because we'll charge either 50 or 100 to get that permit. And for the weekend warriors who do it, you've got access to some professional people who know what they're talking about, have experience with this stuff, and we just view that as an important public service that finishes the wiring down in the basement in a safe manner so that nobody gets hurt. And
another way of saying that is, if you get full cost recovery, people aren't coming in for those permits.
That's kind of, all right, it wasn't like, part of my question, and where these questions were coming from is how wise is it for us to be asking these specifically from a user fee cost rather than a more holistic, what are all of the services provided by your department, and then what are the fees, as well as other funding sources from our general taxes and whatnot. It seems to me that if we focus only on user fees and cost recovery of those user fees, there's a lot of services that may not have a user fee attached to it, and so we're not getting the whole picture. It's what I was trying to get a feel for with some of those questions.
If the budget committee can talk about what the question was asked and what would you do if you did recover the costs of these fees? What are the possibilities that you do if you did recover these fees? And it was also pointed out that 4 of our 9 priorities are in the community development department. And so we as a council to recover those fees. So if you want to answer on that.
If we had more money in the community department that was available, that we could full-time employees, or a fund that we could hire a consultant, somebody to help us with. There's lots of things. One of the things that we'd like to do in the community development in the planning area is increase the basic neighborhood plan. We've started doing a lot of, as we did Vision 2030, one of the things that came out strongly was neighborhoods, while they liked the general plan, wanted a little more intensive look specifically into their neighborhood and deal with some of the unique things in the neighborhood to a greater level of detail than we've been able to in the past. And so, a year or so ago, we sent out information to all the neighborhood chairs saying, we need to update the general plan, please get back with us. And one neighborhood chair responded, have to be sitting in the room with us, and my guess is part of that is, whenever we go, I frequently hear from neighborhood chairs, when are you coming to my neighborhood? When are you going to do that? My guess has been some people have said, well, let's just wait until we can really dive in on that. So we'd like to increase the timeline. I think last summer, we came and presented a timeline for you that it's over 5 years out for us to get to the plan. So that's one thing that we'd like to do. In another division, unrelated to planning, is...
Before you move on to that, what kind of thing to squeeze that out? What monies do you need? 34,000 would...
Well, if you went to 100% cost recovery, the additional revenue would be 34,000.
Right.
With that, honestly, I couldn't do much.
I can actually show you, in this analysis, we looked at the total compensation of employees involved in these processes. So this is an office specialist. So there's a planner, it's planner 1, 2. These are the total compensation numbers annually. So you need somewhere between $65,000 and $84,000 to hire a planner.
One additional planner, and that's probably what you need to speed up the process as well.
Yeah, if I had one additional planner, I could then theoretically take that planner. We're doing what we're doing now, and then could have them start working on a new plan.
Wouldn't it be more than 30,000 if recover? The final subdivision is a compilation of some of those fees, but we're still not totally recovering, even in the final subdivision fee. We're not totally recovering the cost, right? So do we know what the total cost recovery is if we
final subdivision.
If we didn't change that, the final subdivision one, which is the outlier, that's the one that we're charging more for. If
that's
we didn't
illegal,
change,
Kim.
well, but what if it's not? What if it's to the point where we're just recovering our costs of all of those different things that make up the final?
That's what the 100% is, so isn't it?
Less than 34,000.
And it's still just 34,000.
Yeah. So let me bring on your parade further. Every director struggles with this issue of if I save money in my department or if I increase revenue, why can't I keep that in my department?
Oh, you've heard me talk.
Yeah. Answer is that those funds must go into the general fund and not compete for what Gary would do with them, but compete for what the city would do for them. And so they're now weighed against all priorities citywide before they come back to Gary. He could spend them on something like this. And we have the fire department just this week said, man, you know, we could probably increase the number of ambulance calls what we charge on. And if we did that, could we get X or could we get this? And the answer to them is sadly no. And I understand it's a bad incentive, but the reality of it is those funds go into the general fund and then they compete against citywide priorities, not just the priorities in his department.
And I would hope that because the top 3 priorities of the council happen to be the department in that scenario. Council priorities. And then if you go further down, you have West Side Plan as well. So I would hope with those being top priorities of the council, that would be factored into.
They would get factored into the top priorities of the city. Be with those.
Well, that's passed by the council anyway, Kim, so.
Well, and that's why when the proposal comes, though, it would be nice to know that those were, that we wouldn't have to start over trying to put those types of priorities in. So.
Good questions.
Can I first just say that clearly I have the most important part of this. and
I've never heard that before.
And from any other department that have you. As far as what?
Well, like, do you have just one plan checker? How many do you have?
Oh, like plan check. We have one person who does primarily the commercial plan check. To be a plan checker, you have to be certified in commercial by ICC, and there's a residential. If you do commercial, you're certified in residential and then commercial. So in the department, I have actually 2 people who are certified in the commercial plan exam. So we have a contingency plan if somebody wins the lottery tomorrow. Calls me on their way to Provo saying, I'm never coming in again. We've got a plan of people cross-trained so that we can take those things over. but they're day in and day out. We have one person, and with the normal flow, we have busy seasons and we have less busy seasons. But the normal flow, we're doing okay. We can handle it with one person. I have another person who's certified in all those areas and can step in and do that if we have somebody leaves or something like that.
Next question. There are two, this is the general plan review. To be forced to
I don't force anybody, but then again, I don't know that that's one of the things that we've done with the general plan. Some things that do specific neighborhood plans is through the process. If we had the plan that, say, the Joaquin neighborhood, the first time we met with them, if we had written the plan that they said they wanted then, as opposed to going through the process, it would be a very different plan than today. By going through this process, I think it was a good experience for them. And some people came in absolutely convinced that we should do something and changed their mind. Some people came in thinking absolutely convinced that we shouldn't do something and changed their mind through the process. And so I'm always a little nervous when I hear somebody say the neighborhood, because I don't know who the neighborhood is. I don't know how that happened. But if we went through and met with people and it became very early on to us, very clear that everybody was happy with just everything in the general plan as it exists, that would be a very short plan. We wouldn't do, and our recommendation would probably come back to be, don't do anything. But until we kind of start that process and go through it a little bit, I don't know that I'd be willing to say, yeah, nothing's going to change.
I've heard the same, two neighborhood chairs. I don't want to call them out in a public meeting, but I have two neighborhood chairs and we have a plan. We like our plan, we like what's in the general plan. We're happy with it, just enforce that, and we're happy.
And that may be the case in my neighborhood. My guess is there'd be very little change to it, but there might be. And so, it's worth a look. Now, those neighborhoods, we tried to go in and prioritize neighborhoods where we thought there might be big change. And so we had, I think last summer we met with the council and showed kind of that schedule. And those neighborhoods we kind of put off to the end, where we thought there would be less, the potential for less change. And the neighborhoods with the potential for higher change.
If I wanted to take a look at that list, where would I go to find that information?
List of prioritized neighborhood plans?
Yeah, the information he's talking about. He presented it last summer. I don't believe I was in the room at that time, so I'd love to refer to that.
We get it for you. It's just our internal, internally keep lists of different things that we're working on, and I'll get that.
It's specific here, but here's a specific example of generally what I'd love if there was a quick and easy way for council members and the public to hold these things up. And maybe it's in the summary of action, maybe it's on SIRE somewhere. It'd be nice if there was a quick searchable way to reference some of this information that's been given in the past, but council changes over. It'd be nice to.
The question is that there's not a formal list. Community development has an informal strategy that they refer to internally. I'm not sure if that's already actually a specific list has ever been shared with the council.
Yeah, we showed that to the council last
summer. Okay, but as far as time frames and is that on there?
Well, we had it prioritized, and we kind of gave some estimates of when we thought we could get in. And it all depends on.
Right, I'm not trying to lock you down into commitments or anything. I'm just information was shared, and it'd be nice if there was a quick, easy way for new people on the council to be able to refer back to that old information. Yeah.
we could,
Or for some of us, it would be given a hard copy.
So our, specifically, there's 4 changes that we initially recommend. There's 2 fees that we would like to remove from the consolidated fee schedule. This fee, use and variance, we would like to raise it to $60 as the other request item. And then this fee for a demolition permit, we would like to raise it to $100. And those are the initial ones. And I shared with you kind of the pay rates that we use. And our general process included going through step by step that community development put this together. Their process for doing standard rezone, where we look at who's involved, what their pay grade is, what the compensation by hour is for all of the people involved. And you can see here, this one is a sum of a planner 3 and a planning supervisor. And then they spent a half an hour on it. The cost for that item is $44. And that's generally the process for each of these fees that we've gone through. And then again, there's also a standard and then an extended model where the cost reflects higher time investment. And then comparing those costs to the fee that we're currently charged.
So is this the first time you generated this list, or you had this list and you just
the list of activities?
Yeah.
So these activities, I think, were generated for this analysis. Now, the city as a whole is doing a process analysis for the implementation of Provo 360. And so a similar process is being done, but more from a workflow standpoint. And I think citywide, everyone is either has done that or is in various stages of that process.
So this took a lot of time and effort, but would you say it was worth it? Did it illuminate anything for you?
I think community development, I think, feels like they probably benefited from this process. Now, whether they would have gone through the similar process through the Provo 360 or not and gained the same benefits, I think is difficult to say.
We've done some similar types of things in the past, just because with case file, our slow, quickly dying computer system that we have. In the past, it could be updated, and we'd go through our process and go through this. Something similar, probably 4 years ago, did a somewhat similar exercise with the council to give some numbers to our fees. It seems so probably every 4 or 5 years we go through a process about community development fees. This is probably the 3rd time I've been involved with something like that. With this template that they have, we did have to go through it again, and now that we are doing, well, our process before was geared towards case file. Case file had some distinct limitations, and so we had to adapt our system around case file. Now we'll be able to, with 360, adapt 360 to the way we think is the most efficient and best to go about it. So most of this process we would be doing anyway to get ready for 360. But it has been helpful to go through it and take a look at and say, oh, why are we doing it this way? There's a better way we can.
Probably an effective first run analysis we don't need to do anyways. I think to whether it's worth it, there's definitely costs associated. My time, community development's time that is taken away from other activities, and I think it's up to the council administration on whether that's worth it. The costs associated with this type.
Another discussion we had in the budget committee was asked of Gary, what happens with a rezone as far as financially? If you're upzoning a property, what does the developer stand to make on that upzone as far as per acre?
Yeah, and it's hard. I've been thinking about that question, and I tried to just imagine out on the west side a piece of ground that was agricultural and then gets upzoned to a residential or a commercial that they can develop. And as we talked about it internally, we thought maybe a better way of thinking about it is in the development process, there's areas in which you can make a profit. And usually the entitlement of a property will will bring a developer or can bring a developer, up to around a 20% increase in value that they can take. That, because that's what developers do, right? You take something that has less value through your effort, it now at the end of the day has more value. And getting the entitlement done, traditionally what we've seen is around 20% increase, or at least what they can net out. Then when you go on to build, and a builder, and you probably know better than me, but when you start building in 10% recovery or profit.
Yeah, that's what generally, I mean, it depends on how you do it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's just not that.
And I realize you don't want to give away any trade secrets. So you're not under oath, don't worry. But
Actually, it's, that's about 7 to 12. So, I mean.
Yeah, and that's what we were doing, is just because each case can be a little different. But absolutely, when a property is rezoned, the value of the property goes up, and a profit will go to somebody, whether it's the property owner, the developer, something with that increase of value.
You mentioned 50,000 or 100,000. It could be, depending on the property and what the zoning was changed to. And then when you look at the fee of $500 for a rezone, that, does it make sense to not ask for the 1,000 or to not ask for the full fee of what it actually costs us to do the work? Does it make sense to not require that of someone who stands to benefit greatly from the rezone, and instead have the taxpayers absorb that 500, right? That are not necessarily going to benefit directly from that development necessarily. Instead.
Yeah, that's a tough policy question directly for the council to figure out. Because we have these competing interests of being developer friendly.
Well, not only developer friendly, but you got to expand a little bit, because you got to put in the risk element.
Right.
That's not guaranteed that that developer's going to go make that $20,000. He's going to take the risk.
Right. But
sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So when it doesn't, sometimes it does. It has to. So you can't take all the benefit out, because it's not. Anyway.
And admittedly, the $500 is a percentage of a project. It's not much at all.
Or 1,000 also project. And I don't know. I mean, we're talking.
Maybe.
Well,
you gotta look at all. I mean, you look at how much. What were some of the fees the hospital was paying?
But
I mean, we're talking.
trade secrets, sorry.
When you start adding all the fees for development.
Right, it can add up.
And then it does add up. It can't add up. It does add up. And you start seeing your margins being eaten up. I mean,
and those margins are not realized until
it's sold.
Yeah.
And the developer may never sell it.
And so I have a question for you. So would that, if you had a fee of, so would that be a deal breaker? Then I guess it could be a deal breaker if you were charging the full cost of what it actually costs for us to do the work. That could be a deal breaker for developers. Or is the deal breaker for developers the inconsistency of the process? If the process is really good and streamlined and is dependable, and they have to pay a $1,000 fee, are they going to complain about the fee? Or if the process is frustrating and they have a fee, then are they going to complain about the fee? Does that make sense?
That's probably the balance there.
So
the process is always going to be frustrating.
It's
a frustrating process.
Right.
So I mean, you're not going to have a system. We're not going to have this development committee system. Oh man, thank you. It just doesn't happen. I can be better, but whether it's worth it.
Some cities that have better than others. We're told by developers that have these better than other cities in our city.
I'll take you.
I keep hearing that we're told that.
Every developer tells every city he's working
open in Provo, and it's so terrible. Why aren't they running somewhere?
Yeah. And you heard that in the housing.
We hear it. I don't.
Of course you hear it, because that developer is frustrated with working with you.
Developer's good or better than anybody.
Sure, and everything else.
But yeah, what I'm getting at is it the fee that makes developers not want to develop? They're still developing. Would that be a deal breaker for them if we recoup our full cost of what it takes for us to provide the work for them? And would it be a deal breaker? Or if we improve our processes to the point where it's dependable as can be, and we're, you know, competitive with those, and they may not admit it because it helps them if they feel like, you know, they can say that our process is frustrating probably. But does that help? And is it really the cost of the fees that would be a deal breaker for them, or is it more the process?
I think we need to also realize that not all people that are coming in for these fees are developers.
Right.
We got a lady that was on our budget committee yesterday that said, I'm not a developer, but I came in and I was so frustrated with paying so many fees. And all I wanted to do is just a little bit here.
That was for the boundary line dispute, or they had to go with the county.
And those things were involved in it, but it also has to do with the building. You know.
But she did say that the process was frustrating. She knew that the cost wasn't because there was this delay that was not her fault, then she was okay with that. If she felt
I didn't hear her say okay with that.
Well, she did say.
I didn't hear that.
Process.
It's a process that
It was the process that was frustrating her, and she felt like if she could believe in the process and knew that it was efficient and that the time wasn't wasting and that wasn't costing her money, then she was okay with it. But that's what I got from her.
Her cost was in the delay.
Yeah, that was a frustrating thing to her too.
But I think you
But,
got to
I mean,
look at
it's
it.
one
It's a
instance.
lady that's never done it before.
Right, it's one
Also, it
instance.
comes into a very complicated process.
Right, and
She wants it to be easy and simple. Well, it just isn't. It just isn't.
And that's one of the difficulties with cost recovery too. With smaller customers, it might be more expensive for us to service than more profitable
Because they have to do so much holding
and that's
brought up in the meeting as well.
Every year I keep threatening John, I'm going to insist on a line item in our budget that's entitled, it's just easier if we do it ourselves. You know, because you have a rookie come in who doesn't know how to do it. They may take more time and effort as a city to walk through than a large developer who's very professional, very good, and knows what they're doing.
And I think it goes back to what are the externalities for the budget terminology. What's the public good? Is it worth subsidizing the novices, but ensuring that electrical is done safely, and so we don't have more house fires, we don't have loss of life? Is that worth subsidizing out of our general taxes? Is it worth doing that?
But if you do it for the homeowner, you also do it for the developer. So that's that question. You can't charge one fee and the other another fee because one the developer was the resident.
and sometimes the line's not clear. You know, if you inherit your grandmother's house, are you a developer or are you a citizen?
Right, but it sounds like that some of these smaller ones take more time.
I think there are professional developers that also are difficult.
Sure.
And so it's not necessarily a business or individual level.
Some of those fees were per unit, you know, had a base fee and then a per unit. So I mean, I think in some ways we are structuring that anyway. But
And when you talk about public good, if you are freeing up, if it was $35,000, some might say, oh, that's good, but that adds up, right? Across the city as we look at fees and our efficiencies, that starts to add up. And what if that does pay for one more zoning officer and it meets our number one zoning compliance priority this year? Is that important to us?
So, just a final thought, I guess. Everything we're looking at here, fees, ostensibly it was like, is the customer paying for what he's getting? And if not, why not? Right, and basically it's a subsidy. It doesn't matter who it is, it's a subsidy, whether it's the ambulance or the rezone or whatever service we're offering. If we're giving it away for less, then we have to ask why. And if we don't know why, it's worth a discussion. Of course, it's probably worth more of a discussion than the big items, but I wouldn't say even the small ones. I mean, if you're coming in for a variance and it's $200 and you double it for someone's going to scream. And we can argue that it's just cost recovery. We have to then justify it because someone is going to be unhappy.
But are we okay doing it just because everybody else is doing it? Oh, we're just doing. We want to be in the middle. That's where we're at.
Well,
because we don't want to be the highest, we want to be the lowest, we want to be somewhere in the middle. And are we comfortable doing that? Are we comfortable having that be our guide for how we set our fees?
that's a great question, because we can set a thing at 50%, we can say we're in line with other communities, and, is that really the final determinant factor, or are we trying to recover costs and carefully look at what we're subsidizing? Because it's okay to, obviously, in some cases, get 300 or 400% of the cost on some things, because it just kind of flows out into other areas. So.
And I have a question about that. If you are really recouping the cost of 3 different areas, are you recouping the full cost on that with the final subdivision?
So
Or
this year's the analysis of the final subdivision. You can see that the steps involve mostly a secretarial processing and CRC meetings, which is, I don't know what CRC stands for.
Coordinated Review.
Coordinated Review Committee. And so these processes here are relatively simple, and again, they're a final step for a lot of other work that has been performed. So while we have it set at $1,200, currently the cost is only $300. And even for this, I think a large-scale example, it's actually lower. I think.
If you'll go back to that first, sorry, back to the first spreadsheet.
This one.
Yeah. So you can see that if you take it as is, with just rough estimates, it's about 80%, 78.9%.
So you have an outlier.
Right. That outlier is the reason why it's at 80%.
Right. Otherwise, it'd be 40.
So it's that one item's being charged at almost 400%,
Right.
but it's bringing all of it up to the 80% level.
Right. So we're still at 80%.
Right. And if we go from 80 to 100, then there's the $35,000 difference there. And that is the $35,000 would get us to 100% based on those estimates.
We've been reviewing these fees. When are we going to have a chance to either change or not change them?
Let's hear from Larry.
I'm talking about in general. We had the park fees. We had, reviewing these fees, but when are we going to make a decision?
The Consolidated Fee Schedule is adopted as part of the budget process. I think that's probably the opportunity the council has.
Or it should be updated at any time, but it requires either the administration making a recommendation to change it or the council just saying we're going to change it.
But it comes to us as a council, and we're going to approve or disapprove unless we've had a chance to individually go over the fees that have been reviewed and say we want to make a change. So I think we need to make the ability to do those changes, what the council would like to do prior to. I've been in those meetings before when the fees are approved, and it's not a matter of sitting there that night and making those changes in those fees. So there needs to be some kind of process where if we're going to change the fees, we need to have that preliminarily done before it's proposed to us that night, because we're not going to sit on the dais that night and change fees.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does. And our committee has a recommendation along those lines of having the administration come back with a recommendation.
So the recommendation of the council budget committee would then or recommendation of the council prior to, or to the administration prior to that night we adopt the fees.
That would be the recommendation that the budget committee would give to the council, and the council would decide if they would like to follow
Maybe
that.
have a work session where we actually go with the various fees that we've talked about and have an opportunity to vote on them, whether we're going to increase them or not. Because there is diversity of opinion.
I think the idea was to do 25 at a time so that we could make decisions on those 25, but we got to a point where the budget committee couldn't really make recommendations because the council hadn't established set priorities for the year, and so we're setting our priorities first of the year this year for that reason, for lots of reasons, but that's one of the reasons why we've been so focused on setting our priorities so that we can figure out, what we need to do with these fees, and as they come 25 at a time, then we can make those recommendations at that time. So you're right. So we don't have to sit down and look at 300 fees all at once. The idea was to do it one group at a time, so we could focus on 25.
Again, the council needs to make their recommendations. It's going to have a formal session on, and we haven't worked on any fee changes that I've been here. I've been here since January 1.
Right.
So at some point, we need to schedule that as part of a work session where we can actually have, I would think, not that night. Don't you say?
Yeah, I agree.
Brian? You don't want to that night be working on changing the fees. That we could
No, that's right. And that's a matter of whether it's a council and administration-driven item, right? I mean, usually in the past, business license fees being probably the exception, most fees have been driven by the administration, where they have just either come to the council with a recommendation where there is something that they've seen that needs to be changed, or, as Dustin mentioned, when the budget comes before the council. But as with the business license fees, where the fee change is council driven, then yes, I think that it's very important to have those discussions in the work session, so that what you're talking about in the council meeting is
Could at the work session, the council vote on whether they want to increase specific fees, and then that would be a recommendation of the administration to come to the council, and the night we consider all fees? I just want some kind of a process to finalize what we're doing. This is a good process, but we haven't made any changes in fees. We haven't even made any recommendations to the administration on changing fees.
Just a point of clarification, I may not be remembering this right, but I thought on the earlier sets of fees that we more or less approved the fees the way they were recommended to us on those earlier reviews.
No changes, yeah, we have
No
voted,
changes.
like, no change on the rec center fees, so we have voted on those sets of fees,
So we'll need to have an opportunity to vote on these at some point.
correct. But yeah.
It's a tiny little deviation, but I think it fits into to his questioning, and that is, we've always had a little bit of an understanding with the council that we had some flexibility in increasing fees before we brought them to the council. Because if we're bringing them to you once a year, or even twice a year, or even quarterly, and something as simple as baby swim diapers change in the price, we've always had kind of a blessing from the council to do that and then ratify it. And at some point in your discussions, it would be good to ratify that you're comfortable giving us some latitude in not decreases but increases, and then getting them ratified in the consolidated fee schedule.
Those are certain types of fees that we gave it.
Usually it was like a certain dollar amount where it was just not
I
so.
would have done that with these three. They had some that were recommended at this point.
Yeah, so this is a good example, is that could we just move with these, and is council comfortable with that, and then you ratify it when you adopt the budget? Or at what level do you want to see a fee before we increase it?
We're ready to increase the fee.
My point is this kind of unrelated? If something's bubbling out there and a department comes to me and says, we really need to be charging more for this, and it's a $5 item, where does the council want to get involved in that? And you don't need to decide that now. I'm just simply saying, as Councilman Stewart points out, a process to change these. It would be good to give us some feedback about our comfort, you're comfortable with us navigating without bringing it to you.
For example, today we talked about changing zoning fees from 400 to 800 to cost recovery. We take it from is that something we need to do at some point?
Well, yeah, we have a recommendation that we can look at and discuss. Like, I'd like to have a little more discussion. But yeah, I think
Park fees. We're not comfortable, the council in general isn't comfortable that we've discussed it and want to go with what the recommendation of the administration. It seems like we want to have a vote. Something different. I mean, if we're going to accept raise 50, raise 100, remove, then no more discussion necessary. But if there's some of those fees some of us feel should be increased, then I think we should have a chance to vote on that.
Or those things.
Yeah.
That page where it shows 100%. So the way it is, laid out what we're charging, and then it's bringing back 78.9. In theory, you could raise or lower any of those as long as you didn't exceed 100%. To say, the appeals would go from 200 to 900 is just one scenario. Right now, we're clearly not charging 100% on anything except one. And so there's a lot of
I think a specific recommendation for fee increases would require a fair amount of investment from finance as well as community development, and examining, again, at a more detailed level the total costs, because this is all estimates, and they're not weighted based on the frequency of how difficult some of those things are. And really the best opportunity to examine those costs is after we have the Provo 360 implemented. We have a greater opportunity to capture costs and estimate those more accurately, and that might be the best way to examine if cost recovery is the true incentive. Otherwise, it's still going to be an estimate, and it's ultimately a philosophy on how much the council decides that.
So 4 years from now, we can do it because it makes its input. That's what you're saying?
Well, it's more, we can make a recommendation if your interest is in getting accurate estimates of costs. We have insufficient tools to provide the accuracy that we would have under the Provo 360 system.
And these are the same tools we've had for years, so
right.
Yes. We've been working on these lines for.
I would suggest you have better information here than you may have had in the past. But I think it's also important to recognize that it's somewhat misleading to try to reach any conclusions from this table, because a lot of these events happen over a period of years, and this is a sort of a snapshot of what's happened this year. For example, if you look at the 33 subdivisions, the final subdivisions, many of those went through a preliminary subdivision but did it in a prior year. If you look at the cost of, let's say, I've got a rezoned property, I'm going to go through a preliminary subdivision and a final subdivision, the total cost of that for those three activities is $3,900. We're collecting $2,500. So we're losing money on that, on those three events, which are often going to happen for that same project, but it may happen over a period of years. And so I just caution you to not reach too many conclusions based upon this particular table, but it is illustrative of the fact that we're losing money on virtually every one of these activities.
You know, I think it's good for us to review the fees, and if we get some value out to the departments, then I think it's worth doing. If we're not going to ever raise any fees, I'm not sure it's worth doing from a budgetary standpoint. If there's enough other value, and if Gary feels like he's got some other value from it, that maybe we should continue doing this, but I'm a little frustrated that we reviewed 50 fees, 35 fees, and we think 3 should be raised.
Right. Well, and is Ryan not here?
I'm
The
okay
budget committee does have
not raising them. My question is,
Could you pull up the budget committee recommendation?
Yep.
Because I think that
Sorry.
was, you know, we did look at the fees, we studied it, we talked about it, those that serve on the budget committee, and we came up with a recommendation for the council to consider, and I think we should put that out there as well. Do you agree with that, Mr. Stewart?
It seemed at one point there was the thought that we would wait until we got through all of the fees before making some final decisions, or was I mistaken on that?
To see the total picture, you know, it would have been nice to have them all done at once so we could see the total picture, and it would have been easier, you know, to be able to manage it that way. But from an administrative standpoint, that was just like the workload to try to do all that at once was just, it wasn't possible. So that's why we went with the 25 fees. And so this is the recommendation of the budget committee. The budget committee recommends that the municipal council request that the administration present a proposal for the cost recovery of the fees presented on all of the 37 community development fees that are not recovering full cost. It would be helpful for the presentation to include, number one, consequences and potential alternatives for the proposed increases, and number two, any areas that could be streamlined or either reduce costs or increase efficiencies.
Should we move this to be adopted by the council and have discussion?
This is at your motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Mr. Knecht. Okay, in discussion? Mr. Mayor?
So first of all, I need some clarity on what wasn't in today's presentation that you're asking for here.
37 fees were in today's presentation. But
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is I think we've done this.
And they recommended changing 4.
That's your recommendation, is just those.
Right.
But the recommendation from the budget committee would be to cost recovery for all fees. So if your recommendation would
As
change,
opposed to the ones that are on the spreadsheet.
No, on the spreadsheet.
So,
And What are the consequences if we did? And
Let me hit the first one first. So,
Okay.
Dustin, you didn't have 37 listed, correct?
There were 37 total.
So have we checked the box on the first one?
For the consequences and
No,
alternatives?
the first paragraph, I'm sorry, not the first
Oh.
point.
Okay.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding going on, maybe I misunderstand, but if I understand, what this is asking for is for the administration to come with a proposal to raise all 36 out of the 37 up to full cost recovery. I think that's what the request is. Yeah. Committee recommends that the council requests the administration to come forth with a proposal to increase 36 out of those 37 fees up to 100%.
So I think is what the spreadsheet is.
Well, the short strategy would seem to have the 100% on the 37.
That's true.
They show, yeah, they show that. So what would be the consequences and potential alternatives for increasing all of those? And what areas could be streamlined to reduce the costs or increase our efficiencies? What ways could we do it without increasing the...
So, to the bullet point number one, we've done that in a very small degree today, not very in-depth. And my suggestion would be that would be best handled by the committee that's looking at the development process as they balance the desire to be friendly to developers with cost recovery. And on item number two, we look at that every year budget. That's part of our budgeting process. Item two was short of $8 million in cuts in 6 years. This our budgeting process.
A question. So as we're looking at the process for a developer to get this project reviewed, and we talked about streamlining that perhaps so it's less costly for the developer and to just give the council the idea, a concept of what's going on rather than all the detail. So if it requires less of the developer to put forward detailed plans, those plans don't need to be checked also, so there would be less cost for us. We don't have to check all the stuff that he previously generated. Which to me is
I don't think you'd ever make that step, would you? I mean,
I'm just saying it's interrelated. Streamline the process so the developer at some points doesn't have to submit paper review just to get a zone request.
Our ordinance right now requires on a rezone that preliminary project plan that we have by ordinance requires, this much detail. And admittedly, the council and planning commission, when they're looking at it, they look at that much detail. Because it requires a lot of, engineering work and things like that. And I think what I've heard the council say is there a way in this development review process that on a rezone, that they don't have to submit this much material, but just that much material that really would be important to the council, whatever that would be. The council's probably not interested in a sewer line detail on a preliminary project plan. That's not really going to help the council make a decision. Now, having said that, eventually, if they do have the rezone, and now the developer feels comfortable, without a lot of expense of having to get the rezone, it costs a lot of money. They will have to give us that detail because we need to make sure it complies with all of our codes. So that could happen later, and I think that's what one of the issues my understanding is the development review process committee is looking at. Is there a way to balance that to have the developer get an answer on a rezone earlier rather than later with minimal cost, but yet still protect the city and the public that we do things right and our public infrastructure is done correctly and the public has an opportunity.
And if anything's turned down for a reason, then he doesn't approve of put in
say when he got his answer, and you also see because it was turned down. And that's it.
Yeah. In that, admittedly, on a fee of $500 or $1,000, if we get a plan from the developer and we send back and say, no, you have to redraw, they're probably spending more money redrawing it to comply with our request than they're spending on that application. I mean, that's going to be where the expense. But exactly what that balance is right now, I don't know that committee, that we have a recommendation. We're just beginning that process.
Well, the fees that you showed, or the costs that you showed on that the spreadsheet, if I remember correctly, you said those were for relatively straightforward, simple projects. The more complicated ones, your analysis showed that it was much more expensive. So if the council wanted to move in the direction of cost recovery for those, and they raised the fee to cover the simple case, that would sort of be the lower bound on that. We may want to make a further adjustment in the future based upon the analysis coming out of the data from 360, but we know we're going to go at least to that point. Is that fair?
I think that would be fair, because on the straightforward, often we have two. One's kind of a straightforward, which we try to be a routine, straightforward one. Almost every time it's at least going to cost us this. Yes, and we have those numbers.
Are those more mom and pop people?
Well, often a mom and pop one can be really difficult.
I know, and I understand that.
And it's hard to predict up front, right? Sometimes I have a developer will frequently come in and say, now, how long will it take for you to get through your process? And I say, I don't know, let me ask you a few questions. Will your engineer read our ordinance before they start designing something? Will your engineer, before they submit something, if they have a question, will they call Public Works? Will you, will you call me if you want to know about it? And we kind of go through that. And I say, the more of that you do, the easier and simpler this process will be. Really fast. But if your engineer doesn't even read the ordinance and you just submit a plan that's based on a plan that you submitted to farming tech, it could be a really hard, difficult process, because we could have very different standards for zoning requirements, public work requirements, lots of things.
Like what Larry said, it seems like if the council's not willing to take the fees, at least the minimum cost recovery on the easy ones, we know we're leaving a lot on the table still for the medium or difficult ones. So I appreciate what the mayor said, having been in that position before, but basically I hear you saying that you're not willing to do what we're asking you to do with this. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You're not willing to go into the issue. More fee increases.
I understand. It sounds like what you're saying is, well, we didn't like your answer, go think about it some more.
We're asking you to talk about the consequences and potential alternatives if they were all increased to receive that full cost recovery at the lowest level, the easy application level, and then talk about the areas that could be streamlined, either reduce the cost or increase efficiency. You say to do that in the budget, but could you do that sooner at a date certain, 2 to 4 weeks out?
What I'm just not understanding is what we haven't done today that you're asking for here.
The rec center presentation, and that, to me, it's the information on the market. You have about an hour left. How people and the effect of raising the prices on what they do to their responses, and convinced us that not being able to do in this presentation.
give me a feel if we did raise all those fees to the 100% cost recovery. So, if we have that, some recommendation on that, I think it's just a policy question. Would you want to raise those fees?
I can give you that answer right now.
Okay.
So the world will not end if you take this to 100% cost recovery. It's to the same number of development. Continue to develop. There may be that odd one that you scare away. But you will change the message from we're developer friendly to we just doubled our rates. And you have to accept the symbolism that comes with that as you're making a dual effort to try to send a signal that we're a friendly place to develop. What they'll hear is not that it's only $1,000. What they'll hear is you doubled your rates. Yeah. And so I think this is I'll come back and say, I think this is a policy decision of the council to balance two objectives that you have. One is full cost recovery, and the other is to be known throughout the state as a good place to develop. And the council needs to weigh in on that continuum where they're at.
Thank you. So if I understood what the mayor said, column H is fulfillment of that first paragraph. If we're asking for full cost recovery, there it is, column H. Now, with that shown, the department is recommending that we instead increase 2 fees and drop 2 fees. But there is the fulfillment of that request of a proposal that shows everything at 100% in a straightforward, kind of as a floor, so as a minimum of what that 100% would look like. Sorry, I got a couple other comments. This does have a different feel than say the rec center. My take on what the difference is from my perspective only, that the rec center presentation felt like a sales job, like a justification, like, hey, we've got to go out and make the case why, and justify what we're doing. Where this honestly seems a bit more of an honest, like, hey, this is how it is. Here are the numbers, and it feels just more straightforward. It hasn't felt like they were trying to sell us on something. And
I tell you what, I think you've found that.
Yes.
In the case of the rec center fees, have generally fear. Not only in demand, in many respects, right, but in demand primarily. Where we don't feel that here. Where that's kind of my statement is, you may scare one developer away and you may not. But I think it comes back to this policy decision, and I think that's why you're sensing a different thing.
Thinking about saying this entire presentation, but the way I look at these things is I don't feel, and I don't want my words to be taken out of context, but I don't feel an obligation to make the city process developer friendly. That to me is not the end goal. The end goal for me is to have a city that has a high quality of life for its residents. To me, that's the end goal. Now, to do that, I think we need to have good relationships with developers. We are dependent on developers, whether they're mom and pa's or whether they're large. And so good relationship with them to provide that high quality of control. So that perception really matters, because that perception is going to affect the end product that we provide to our residents. But so when I look at this and the potential fees, I don't see it. I see efforts for cost recovery or making using our let me not talk about it in cost recovery terms. Let me talk about it in terms of wise use of our resources, the finances that our citizens and other partners pay in. Wise use, we need to be wise about how we use that. And how much we charge for fees and things will affect the wise use of those resources. So I'm not as worried about hitting 100% as I am on what are we trying to accomplish. Why do we just say, hey, zoning enforcement, we're not going to worry about cost recovery, anything there, yet these things, well, hey, 100% is that magic number. I think we need to say, what is our end goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And then how does setting these fees affect what we're trying to accomplish? And I think it'd be hard to make these changes without looking at the other half that's been talked about, the plan check and building fees, because maybe some of those are coming back and paying for some of these already. So does that, if we change these, are we now opening up ourselves for problems because we're charging more than 100%, which we can't lawfully do? It seems like we have a spot, we have a flashlight, we're looking at a few numbers, and we don't have that full picture yet. So that's what I'm struggling with right now.
Tonight, I think on the council there's an agenda item to appropriate $40,000 for economic development at Provo. I think you could look at it from the perspective that $34,000 is a small price to pay for the perception that Provo is development friendly, and that's an option for the council to look at, that acknowledging that there is a subsidy and maybe that subsidy is valuable.
Well, I think your point is that we need more information. We're asking for more information. We're asking for more than just this spotlight to be able to make informed decisions, and so that's the point.
So I agree with it's been a good discussion. We probably need to move on. If I look at this and I see absolutely no changes at all, I'm going, wow, that's a bargain for project plan, $950. And I'd be offended if I had to be close to 100%. On that particular line item, no. And I'm just kind of surprised we don't have any changes at all recommended, up or down. I mean, we do have 100%, we're not going there, but some realistic adjustments.
One of the things you asked the Budget Committee has recommended is that the administration define the consequences. I'm not sure we're the best ones to do that. We are not customers here. It would seem to me that a good discussion would be to invite the home builders, to invite some selected developers, to invite some neighborhood chairs. There are neighborhood chairs who rely on this process to protect them from the big bad developer, and the only thing they're putting in here is property tax dollars. They're not contributing to the fee at all. And so I think one of the fair questions is, who is your customer here, and what percentage of the demand is created by the developer versus created by neighborhoods or the city in general or others? And I don't think we've answered that question yet. So it seems to me, in my mind at least, there's a question of who should you ask about consequences, and are we the best judge of what those consequences are? And I don't know that we are.
I did get an answer. That's really what as a neighborhood chair, we have an issue that we had odds with the developer. I said, so who's the customer here? I mean, aren't you trying to protect the neighborhood from all this stuff? He says, you're not handicapped, you're not a customer, Dave.
Yeah, that's right. And I can't tell you how many times Gary and I have spent hours talking about this very question. Who is our customer, and therefore whom do we serve? And if our customer is, if our view is, we need to protect a certain segment of our community from the evils of development, then that's one set of scenarios, right? And that tells us, well, then we should be charging an awful lot to the citizen because they are our predominant customer, and therefore the developer shouldn't be paying anywhere close to full freight. If what we're asking the developer to do is come in and develop in our community and add wealth and add homes or add businesses or whatever that is, then the developer gets most of the benefit of that. And so again, it's this very complex question of whom are we serving? And I think that would suggest that we ought to answer that question before we can really answer about 100% cost recovery. Who should be paying?
I know who I'm serving, I know who my customer is, and I know who I want to partner with. And who I want to partner with to serve my customer is, to me, it's straightforward. It's not as complicated, in my view.
I'd like to withdraw my motion, because it's obvious to me that motion isn't what we need. What we need is to decide as a council, but we're going to, the mayor put it right on us what he should have. We need to make a policy decision whether we want to get full cost recovery or not. It's not his decision. He's asked us to make that decision. So then we need to assign a committee, to make a budget committee to make a recommendation of which ones to increase, which ones not, or to go with everyone and then have a vote on it. That's the expeditious way to do it, because I think the mayor has clearly said that we need to trust. And I think that's fair, and I think it's in fact what it should be. It should be the council to make that policy decision.
Right, and the budget committee we all met, and we made a proposal too.
But we didn't make a proposal on which fees to increase. We said take a look at it and come back to us. He's saying no.
And he's just saying no. These are the ones. These are the two.
Okay, and he's saying to us, if you want to increase the fees and vote on it, or propose an increase in fees and vote on it. What's our point to do?
You mind? I think what Councilmember Stewart is saying is very spot on as far as the process of whether the council wants to own it or not. Because, compare and contrast two statements. A minute ago, the mayor said, and I think he's kind of withdrawn this, but he said, I feel like you're telling me you didn't like my answer, so come back with a different answer. And in some ways, that's kind of similar to what Mr. Connect said when he said, I don't think I would be offended if the fee was $150. Well, it's not really, I think what Mr. Stewart is saying, it's not really the mayor's job to guess what you want the fees to be. He's told you he's presented what the 100% cost recovery is. It's not his role to agree that he ought to recommend that that's what it ought to go to. So he's told you what it can. I think what Mr. Stewart is saying is the mayor's told you what it can be. He told you what he recommends it should be. And now it's up to the council to decide whether they agree with that recommendation or whether they want to make a different recommendation. So I think it has morphed into a council process where, unless you need more information in order to determine what your recommendation should be.
And I think that was Mr. Harkins'
That's a
request,
different
was
motion.
a little more information. That is a different motion, right?
Okay, that's why I withdrew my motion. Is it okay to withdraw? You withdraw your second. Is it okay to withdraw your motion?
All of us are withdrawing.
The only piece of additional information that I think would be helpful is to see a comparison of some other cities on each of these. Because I don't have a good feel if we're at 78% right now. Are we really in the middle right now are we low?
Well, that 78% takes into account the final subdivisions, which is a higher cost recovery. If you went and took each individual fee, on most of those fees, we're going to be somewhere, the last time we did it, we were somewhere in the middle of, we do every fee. We go and look at every, what do you charge for next to it? What do you charge for a rezone? And we lay a table out. Last time we did it was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that.
Maybe we're different to do it again. Make a decision.
Yeah, we could call around and do that and get that information so that you can see where we are compared to a list of, I think the last time we did it, we had a list of 7 cities similar in size and nature
Is that further the discussion we're having, though? I think the discussion a minute ago was, are we going to go 100% recovery or are we not? No, well, we're not. It doesn't matter what all these other cities are doing. If we know what our costs are and we decide we're going to recuperate 100%, or we're going to recuperate 80, or we're going to take each fee and look at it. I mean, it is what it is. how much work does that cause for the information?
I guess when you come to the city, if you go somewhere and you're requesting something that's going to benefit you, whether it's your own home, whether it's a development that you're doing, whatever, I think then I think it's wrong to expect that you have to pay for this service. I don't know why it's okay to say that if I pay more than half of what it costs you to do the service for me, I'm going to be upset about it. I guess that's where I don't understand what that
One argument is that by you doing it, you're also benefiting other people. It's just not you.
Well, if I just, in some instances maybe,
Just not
but not always. It doesn't always benefit everyone. But right now we're saying that I'm going to come and I'm going to do something that's going to benefit me, and I want the rest of the city to pay for half of it. I mean, isn't that what we're kind of saying?
It's interesting that we're taking that attitude on this area. We've had 2 or 3 other areas that we didn't take that attitude.
And what in particular?
Recreation.
Public safety.
Public safety. I mean, and I don't know.
That's what we do as a government, by the way, is things that the private sector doesn't pay for.
Right. And I think those things are, I don't know, maybe it's easier to see where it doesn't just benefit, some things clearly benefit one person.
Houses are maintained and kept nice and updated and I mean
And the beautification is good.
And I think you should go through individually. I mean, Gary, you can, like that variance fee, $200 for variance, where RIA cost is $900. My sense, and again, I might be totally, oftentimes variances are individual homeowners trying to add a garage or something. $200 to $900 is quite a bit to that project. Now, is it going to get back to the revenue side? Not very much, but it might be back.
In the variance,
I don't know.
one thing, we can call around, and that's not to call around and get some. And I'm over there kicking myself because I didn't even think of that.
I'm going to kick you too.
I didn't even think about doing that until last Thursday. I didn't have enough time for a meeting on Monday. But a variance is a good example. Somebody will come in for a variance, and let's say you have a rear yard setback that they want to go into. Why do they want to go into? Well, they want to build a little addition on the house or make a kitchen. Why do they want to do that? Well, because there's families here. So they either do that, or it's either I'm going to do that or I'm going to move. And so they'll come in and we'll go through the process. I would say on many of the variances, occasionally, or maybe a lot of them, probably the majority of them, there's a big public benefit to that because we go through that process, we help somebody do it, and then frequently it helps them stay in their home longer. And I think, Mr. Harding, that's what you were saying about on that. So that would be one that I don't know, we'd have to, but to give you a really good estimate of that, I can't tell you how much work we'd have to do to dig into all the variances, try and figure out what to do on that, when at the end of the day, I would say, let's put it into the account of it's just easier if we do it ourselves, because if you go to 100% cost recovery, theoretically what comes back to my department is $34,000, which will not pay for a zoning enforcement officer, will not pay for a planner. Now, I understand it adds up.
But the key feels lower. I mean, the appeals, we're talking, sorry, where's the numbers? Right,
So $1,400 in additional revenue.
Thank you, $1,400. Does the community, is our city $1,400 better off by putting the appeals fee at $200, keeping it at $200, than charging $900? Is it worth keeping a family in? I mean, my neighborhood deals with this all the time. People move out because they grow out of their homes. If I can keep a couple more families in there, it's to me, there's a lot of value that our community gets out of that $1,400 a year.
I'm a lot madder at my community if I have to pay $900 and I lose the appeal. And I'm going to let people know.
Can I make that motion? I move that we forward this to a future work meeting at the discretion of the leadership based on, we will, Gary said he will provide that information. They're only helpful for Croswell Soil, that's enough. If only one person wants it, that's fine. Why not get it? If it would help me, I would like to know. It might not make a difference in my decision, but it would certainly be added information. Information doesn't hurt to have added information, so.
I'd second that, but I think there is a purpose in getting the information. Is going to Mr. Van Buren's comment and the mayor's comment about if we were to raise the rates. I think you mentioned double. It's actually it'd be like 27% to bring it from 78.9 to 100%. With that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but my point is they'll pick out the one that you doubled. That's the one they'll remember.
Right, but it does matter kind of where we're at in the context of surrounding communities. I'm like, for all I know, we may be kind of on the low side, and that 27% may just kind of bring us back into the market. And that's a little different message than if we're already kind of on the high side and then we bump it another 27%. I think that would be a worse message.
Raising the variance to increasing the increase.
Yeah, so I'm okay with where this is going, and I do think this is valuable data to have. And I would just throw out this little cautionary thing that when we do this, don't come back and ask us to do one more thing and one more thing, because you're probably sensing from us we're quickly spending more energy and time on this than we feel is needed. So this one we're happy to do, but if we can contain it to this and then have the council make a decision, we would be very happy. Here's how. Time is money.
If we had done this 3 years ago, do we feel, I mean, and if we're confident that we're between the 40th and 60th percentile on these fees, are we going to gain anything of value from those phone calls? And they're willing to do it, but
In fact, I was the mayor, I want that information. What's wrong with that information?
it's valuable if you had that information from 3 years ago. Will it have changed that much in 3 years that it's worth doing?
It could change the matter. We make decisions all the time in the Energy Board on recommendations to the Administration and Council based on comparatives. We look at comparatives all the time. It's an important piece of information.
Yeah. And I do appreciate the sensitivity to the time and energy that these things take. They should be taken lightly. The other thing, too, is I would just toss out to the councils, I don't think you should look at this as a, we have to do this in one swoop. If you're worried about the symbolism of it, then you put something in place that gets you there over several years, you may take away some of that shock of you're increasing it 500%.
Brought that up in the committee too. There was the thought that we just not have to deal with it every year, that they're increasing incrementally.
It's a great council discussion.
But, yeah, that's a question. So the motion was to
move forward to a future work session based on the leadership making the decision when.
What date?
What administration has agreed to give us this comparative information.
Okay, comparative discussion of the cities. And what date do you feel we could do that?
I was just before he said this, because whatever he says, take it and add on 4 weeks, please.
Well, hold on. Am I calling? Or can I have some?
No, you're calling.
Well, yeah, add 4 weeks.
So that would put us at the
You can.
April 5th.
That would be great.
Actually, that's. We would change our meeting schedule.
Yeah, it's the second week.
We're meeting on the 12th. So let's.
There's a second.
Unless.
He said he could have it Monday.
So is the 15th to March 15th be?
They would want 2 weeks. I know your answer, and if you agree to it, I agree to it, but just make sure you can get it done.
March 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, March 15th.
I add that to my motion. March 15th is suggest.
Is that Mr. Sullivan? All in favor? Next item is a discussion on the mission statement created for the Ad Hoc Housing Committee, and this item will be introduced by the committee chair.
Yeah. It's really the whole department. He was the spokesman, but really Gary and John and your whole team, thank you.
You did a good job.
Yeah.
I know that.
Even though you're still.
Yeah. It's first time.
The housing committee, we met and talked about our overall objectives. And we kind of wound up the mission statement to these two principles for a number of reasons. Understanding what characteristics meet the tenets of a balanced and healthy neighborhood that promote owner occupancy and long-term residency. And number two, how best to proactively address housing issues countywide by engaging the surrounding cities, school board, and housing advocates and other experts. The reason we landed here, the housing issue is quite large and goes off in a whole lot of different directions, and we tried to tone it down a little bit so that we could maybe identify two mission statements, or a mission statement that included two facets that we could actually do and accomplish something on. There's a strong feeling about how do we define a healthy neighborhood, and then how do we promote neighborhoods to go down that direction, and then how do we encourage people to stay in neighborhoods and not have neighborhoods turn into rentals. So that was the first mission statement. The second area kind of plays with our first presentation today is how do we share with the county the burden that we're carrying for low-income housing and some of those things. And so we want to address that. And we had some ideas about how we could engage with surrounding cities and try and convince them that we can't do it all anymore, but also help them understand what healthy neighborhoods are in their cities, and maybe they would be able to go forward with some of the low-income housing also, instead of all of it here in Provo. So that's kind of how we landed there.
Did you consider annexing, did you?
The annexation fee would probably be too high. I know, Dave, you had some comments from what you prepared earlier, read through, and I don't know if you'd like to go ahead.
Just share those. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm curious what Matt's thought on this is. The housing issue, housing priority, was brought up at the previous council, and it seemed the scope was broader, and a project plan had kind of been put into place. Some of that had been executed. When we look at this, and I'm perfectly fine. If this is kind of the first two we want to bite off, that's great. I don't know what the process would be with the committee then dissolved, and we'd have to recreate it as an ad hoc, or can we just change the mission statement once these things are addressed? But I would say if these are the only two things that we're planning on to address, that would be a change in direction by the council, because I think the council previously had a broader perspective. I'm looking at things like market demand and housing types, and there was a third one I'm drawing a blank on right now, but that I don't necessarily see directly addressed here. And if we don't want to address it right now, that's fine, but it seems like if this is the only things we're going to address, that's a change, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that if we vote for these and these only, then that changes there.
I think Dave, you mentioned this too. when we say the tenets of a balanced and healthy neighborhood, we felt that a lot of those more specific things would be included in the general discussion. So we weren't ignoring them, we're just trying to go just a step higher structure.
Okay, that's fine. Are we will be doing some sort of view, looking at what is the housing needs for our community? What do they want? Will we be looking into that?
I would think so. You on the committee can speak.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, when you're looking at a balanced and healthy neighborhood, trying to define it is very important. We have a vision of as much as possible quantify it. The types of housing that exist currently in a neighborhood, we're short of walking in these categories. Where do we need to add whatever it is we need? Is there a space available for the certain part of the missing? We hear also the people, the demographics. It's the people who are trying to serve and the community. The people pretty well served and feel like it's a safe, happy place. It's a community. It's balanced. In the end, we have those efforts. The end of the neighborhood, the neighborhood. That's what these demographics with the income levels. So there's a lot to the picture. So that in the end, we can agree it's going to be a viable, long-term, healthy, and balanced type of space.
Healthy balanced neighborhood, and then to focus specifically on, will be a two at hand, and focus on that as well. So.
At the end, we can look at how well this specific mission statement and the work that's been done, how well that addresses some of the original and other questions. It reminds me a little bit of like our neighborhood plans. And please understand, I'm just finishing as a neighborhood chair. I mean, to me, neighborhoods are just almost sacred, But at the same time, if we do all of our city planning from a neighborhood perspective, if we just, as it was floated at one point last year, well, hey, we don't need to update our general plan, we'll just do 34 neighborhood plans, and then that covers the entire city, and we'll be good. Well, that's great from a neighborhood perspective, but we may not have that citywide perspective. And so when looking at housing, I think it's important to say, okay, from a neighborhood perspective, what's healthy? But then I think we also need to take a step back and say, from a city perspective, from a city scope, what is healthy? What is the demand? What are people saying? I wish I could buy this house, but this house doesn't exist, or there's too much competition for this house. I think we saw that with Startup Crossing. We intended it for one thing, and it became something else because the market demand was different than what we were building. And so I think we need to have that conversation. And if we can fold it into the structure, great. But I hope it's not only taken from a neighborhood perspective. I hope we take the citywide perspective and say we need to accommodate this. And if we don't accommodate it, then that's where I think a lot of our zoning infractions come in, is because we're not providing the housing that the market wants. So I think we hope we take it from the citywide as
and we take it to the county.
Yeah, for example, citywide, I don't know what mission statements would be concentrated on neighborhood, just because properties what the neighborhood is, but it's not it's
okay. Yeah, that's fine. Those are my concerns, and if you guys don't worry, if you guys are comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it as well.
So you just it looks like it's looking at it from a neighborhood perspective. And I'd be a little more comfortable if we had a third item that was from a citywide perspective, the housing types, market kind of thing. But I don't want to slow it down, so I'm okay.
That's fixing what was just where we had.
I would think when we look at an individual, when you have a neighborhood like it was, the needs of the community. It's just like, when we look at Utah County, we're looking at just we're looking at all the cities, Utah counties, affordable housing and services for their needs. It's like, should have different types of housing to spread out the load so it's not like the South neighborhoods. So there's a variety of residents, the income levels, theory so that we can get a better balance, which I think you're not balance on separate areas.
Well, if there are suggestions from the committee, there's any others on
Are there other comments or questions? Need a motion to accept this, or are there?
So we accept the housing committee business statement.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Winterson, thank you. All in favor?
In favor, David?
In favor of this statement? Okay, it's unanimous. In the affirmative, thank you, Louise.
Who seconded that?
Mr. Winterson. The next item of business is a follow-up discussion on the council priorities and vision for the city. And as you know, we discussed in January, our first meetings and retreats in January, we've been discussing our priorities and the and after the first 4 or 5, I believe, in the last meeting. So we did zoning compliance, development approval process, general plan update, economic development, and then budgeting for priorities. Would we okay on that one? It's having a budget committee look into that. We're going to meet with the mayor, and I have a meeting scheduled to meet with the mayor to get some clarification on the registration. For your bring that back to you in the next meeting. Is there anything else we want to do? Okay. On to the next one then. And we had been voting on each of these items. So, and I don't know if Bryce or Ryan, if you could pull up the already done housing. And we did housing just formed a committee, and we got our mission statement. So it feels like budgeting for outcomes and housing has been pretty well covered as far as it's been.
Can we bring up the list of 9? Do we have the list of 9 somewhere?
They're on public documents under survey. The
Can we go to public comment?
yeah.
Yeah, just the list of the 9. So it is in our information packet.
Yeah, I've got that.
So it's just 8 of the survey and so it's the top 8 plus the public engagement.
And your public engagement, civic engagement.
So I think we voted on civic engagement. I was tasked with writing the sheet, and when I did that, I proposed public engagement rather than civic engagement. I think civic has a different connotation, but that was just a recommendation, so maybe we should make it official here if we want to do that.
Wait a second. Having access to our documents on in one place, on our website, somewhere where we have access to all of the documents, like our council handbook, all of the things that we refer to. They're not really in one central location. Website. Are there questions? Down if there are questions, if you have. Mr. Hardy?
No, it just seems like that's a staff issue that we deal with mostly.
It seems to make sense. That's something that need to be adjusted, that we need to come to the council, we can agree to the council, and then
when we have that meeting with Brian and I on Fish on our new website, they may have be able to address that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so we are getting the program that's substituting Sire.
They have a new website.
A new
and
website?
They've revamped it, and they have a lot of new stuff to show us.
Good.
I mean, in a few months.
This week we're going to be.
They're going to meet with Brian so we can see what they have.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, so this is just an understanding of our policy instruments, including terminology, clearly defined locations of city policy, understanding what policies are still active, sensible structure to our city policy, and cleanup of the city code.
Is there anything that the council policy next week? To invest in here, can you see if we should be looking at how the following policy, what is the structure of the policy, rather than the actual purpose of the policy is.
Interpretation. Just having access to everything, all four documents. And
Going to be looking more at the process of policy.
yeah, the policy, our council policy, the policies make sense that we have, they need to be amended, that kind of stuff would actually take policy or take council action to change, where some of these things I think can be done. Staff.
So I read some of these, and I did see it somewhat multifaceted as much stuff to keep us focused, but
So, some of it is that cleaning up of code, some of it is just that central repository that's easy to navigate, user-friendly, people searchable, people can find what they're looking for. People being us as well as the public. But I also wanted, maybe this is just because I'm new and I don't understand some of this, but there seems to be a lot of conflicting terminology. Certain things are certain terms are in the code, certain things are not, that have been used in the past, and I should have just been keeping a list, but we sometimes talk about intent statements. We have budget intent statements, and that's actually in the code. We've said legislative intent statements. We have outcome statements. We have resolutions. We have a lot of these different things. Now, is there overlap in some of that? Are there differences between them? When we accept priorities, when we move and we adopt priorities, how long are they good for? How, do they just remain in force until we forget about them, or do they remain in force until we move to make them so they're no longer a priority? That to me is where I'd like, maybe it's the governance committee to sit down and just look at these issues and because it did seem like the priorities that were adopted by the last council at the beginning of last year, we never went back and did a review and said, this is what was accomplished or whatever. So it just that kind of structure. If someone said, what's Provo City's policy? Where can I go and find what the policy is? I can point them to the code. I can say, here's the code as far as policy. This is in place. This is official policy, and this is the official clear for me at least.
And in the past, they have been posted on the council webpage, our budget intent statements and our policies or our priorities, which could be legislative intent statements. I mean, these priorities really are showing what our intention is for the year, for the coming year. So, and the budget intent statements as well for the budget. So those should be on the council page. But that's what I think that's what this is getting at too, is making sure that that's all there. And then the Policy Governance Committee, I think, is already working on some of the things that are more policy related. That I know I was asked for a list of things, and I just list these kinds of things, just clean up, just making sure that what we have is accurate, that the times are accurate, that the things we have in our council handbook, as I went through, just making sure that those are all up to date. And
so that's what the rules committee is.
Well, the rules committee. Okay. Okay.
Legislative intent statements are.
Yeah, see, would be good to look at. For the rules committee, that would be something that would be great.
For the rules committee to look at.
Or policy governance.
Yes. Right, so it's the things that we're looking at is one of those things to go to find the policies.
And don't forget the list of the us as well. Had weeks before I get ready, still active from the council before I came on. So to look at and what is still active, and last year we had a big sort of getting our infrastructure. I'm happy to make our priorities, but it's be good to review those and see what things are relevant and
it's more just no longer get on the right track. Now it's keep it on the right track. So maybe that's one of those things that we say this was active. Now let's modify it, to show that it's maintenance, but we still should be tracking it.
Have an analog note for California.
So, I'll paraphrase my first statement because I don't know exactly where to find it. In fact, I don't have the the whole general plan in form. But it talks about the amendment process in the general plan that says, you know, it needs to be amended as needed, and I read that thing I sent out about the general plan being a legal document versus a recommended document. The second paragraph talks about the amendment. But beyond we should be reviewing the general plan on a regular basis, not just the neighborhood plans, because there are things that need to be reviewed. And in particular, the general plan is not going to come to pass and ever really, we don't implement the measures. And so the first priority for addressing implementation measures is left for the municipal council consideration during future goal-setting sessions. So it really needs to be viewed. Items in here, and they were put together by community development, and these are not the city's, the community's goals to try to implement the general. So I would like to see that as a matter of policy, the duties of the executive director is added, so that yes, it is very explicit about how the director keeps track of financial things and makes sure that we review and have for the budget, but and making sure that things are implemented. The previous sentence says that active participants in time guidelines are given in some cases place responsibility on the implementation process. It's not clear in many cases. So
does the executive director have having that be added to the duties?
The appropriate taxes.
Are there other comments about that? Is that a motion, Mr. Connect? To add that to the duties of the executive director?
That'd be a good motion. I make a motion.
Clarify, I confirm an ordinance amendment to ask as part of the statutory requirements.
Council. So would be a motion that the council can.
Just but these are the kind of recommendations that we need to do with several of the policy documents.
Well, this was clear. We should be reviewing it. We should be yearly. The others, I'm not sure.
And that's we get to that with the recommendation, or who and when those policy documents should be reviewed.
Right. And then of course, thanks.
I'd feel more comfortable with that motion if the wording of that new responsibility was written, and I'd prefer it maybe to go through the committee first. I'd leave that up to you, if you think there'd be value there. But before I voted to put it on, I'd like to see it in writing.
Either through the committee or how to write that.
Is it there?
Well,
Or
I think we have to say this thing. It doesn't necessarily say it's the duty of the executive director to make sure the council does that.
do you prefer to have him write that up and have Mr. Taylor write that up, bring it back to a work session to discuss, or to have them do that and move that to
We can get that a couple of weeks after we met today, and George and I, to the committee to start with, and have a recommendation, man, if you draft it up and give that to us, and that could be a part of the presentation that we could do that a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that meeting's about, I love that. First, and I guess we can do this thing. What's that?
Okay. Is there anything else on construction policy that we need to decide as far as assignments? Okay. And then West Side Plan. That's the last one. Okay. Yeah. So let's West Side Plan. If we can add a West Side Plan. So about 6 applications, neighborhoods, and some desirable housing options that we could go with the place to expand services or retired. Establish clear policy base of agriculture and parks. Seems it's very complicated, but it seems like it's all for good community development. I don't know, what are your thoughts? As far as
It seems like it's a good move for good plans on the west side that we're working, the community development is working on, and that, I just feel that that's that right town that we need to start to deal with because of the evolution of that area. I think if we start focusing on those, maybe we got to talk to community development and see what on that private space. And personally, I think we ought to help those up. And push this that'll help us understand.
like on that, some recommendations or?
This is something I've trying to articulate and haven't done it very well. We've heard several times today that neighborhoods have some real specific things they want a neighborhood plan to be, and that may or may not coincide with what's good for the overall best interest of the city. And this is an example where we'd love the council to weigh in before we move in with policy, before we move into a planning process, either with the planners or the neighborhood chairs, about where you weigh in on certain policy. And there's been a couple of things batted around the agricultural space, open space, things like that. If you don't weigh in on that and the neighborhood plans move forward, the neighborhoods don't have that direction from the council as they put their plans together, or the planners don't have that direction from the council as they put things together. So there's several really key fundamental decisions the council's kind of talked about. The residents thing where they weighed in, and People's Lobby, thank you. That weighed in, and that's left out there hanging. And so for the council to kind of come together with some policy on that ahead of these things happening is critical. And if they wait until all these things are developed out there, it's going to be hard to influence them.
This is the meeting. I'm interested in sports. Is that what the
I think I'm looking higher level. I'm looking at a higher level of okay, do we just let it develop by market conditions, right? Do we simply say, yeah, and then what happens is, guess what? The developers come in, and they drive it. Or does the council want to drive it? Does the council, I know there's some strong feelings probably on both sides of this, does the council want agricultural land out there? I don't, no, I don't. That's not what the general plan wants.
Right. So, I'm sorry.
And on the southwest, freeway, we're in this neighborhood plan. What we would like to do is, I know you have a presentation today about some infrastructure issues on the west side, is at an upcoming an update of where we are in the scope. It's more than one neighborhood, it's several neighborhoods out there, and we're looking at and give a preview of it and give some people. back.
I have some specific thoughts on the west end, as I've heard, and I don't live there. But in discussing these things on the Transportation and Mobility Advisory Committee and talking with West Side residents, I got some ideas that kind of to the council. We have some slides and thoughts put together in a couple of weeks. Maybe we can. But I think if we want to get ahead of this issue, as the mayor suggested, that's our to do that. If there's interest on the council.
March 15th, we can do that on the next meeting. Is that too much there?
Thank you. We've gotten over the months before we get to the road to really help us shape the direction of the plan.
Mayor, can you help me understand this? So you'll say the thing you're looking for
So take some opportunities on the west side. Okay, he's coming at us 100 miles an hour. There's a developer in front of the council. I would like to bring this development into this part of the west side. And it's not really what the council wants. And the council says to him, but it's not in the general plan. And he says, well, I don't think you believe in what you have in the general plan. And so you get into this gnarly, uncomfortable thing where you say, go change your development. He comes back and he changes your development. You say, no, we don't like it. So he goes back and he changes it, and he comes back and you say, no, we don't like it. And at some point, he wears you out. And you say, fine, you've put so much work into this, we're going to approve this. And now the developer's driven the process. What I'm saying is the council needs, in my opinion, needs to be out in front of this. So that the walks in, they say, no, we know exactly what we want. And it looks like this, and if you would do this, we will approve it. So it's not the specifics of a baseball diamond here or a park here. It's overall, what do you want that area to be? And if it is exactly what's in the general plan, then fine, you don't need to do a thing. But you need to, I think you need to make that conscious decision that that's what you want. And if it's not what's in the general plan, then you need to, the quicker you speak, because I personally believe the day that they start driving on the West Side Connector, it's probably too late. That the developers are going to drive this. When's the connector done? And that's not a hard deadline, but it's just saying that that's the developers are going to be after you. And it would be really nice if there was a really clear vision.
Walkable. It is that?
There's a couple of things I've heard thrown out. The People's Lobby threw out agricultural, if I remember correctly, agricultural space. That's not been answered. Open space. Are those the types of issues that you would come back with?
It's more specific than walkable.
And that, I'm not saying that specific isn't good. I'm just saying that at a bare minimum, the 30,000-foot view.
If it's specific, I'm not saying that it needs to be walkable on this block, on this block. I'm talking generalities, but the walkable is a pretty broad term. So I've got a little bit more specific, not location-wise, but vision-wise.
Let's look at individually different plans. And then let's hear from community development. Let's hear from Mr. Harding and Ms. Smith for the session.
Citizens have to be.
I say citizens. Well, the general plan, when the general council was together, it was named chairs of the neighborhoods and so I'm referring to general plan. I'm referring to the visioning document. Yeah, that came from our citizens. That's what we have before us today. That shows us what the citizens, wanted when we put the plans together. So. Is that
say some citizens?
Yeah, there were some citizens, I think, yeah. So anyway, whatever you believe in those two documents.
Just my correction. With the saying, the general document in 19 focused on the neighborhood chairs.
Okay.
So George asked for a committee. I think at the top, 30 members. In 3.5 years, we're down to 10 Indians.
Okay. So take that into consideration too. Check with your constituents, email your constituents.
What we did is we went out. There was 5 areas, kind of like 5 districts, and we went repeated back to the public. But
So look at the in 2 weeks, and reach out to your constituents. However you reach out to them and find out what you can, so we can have a really good discussion for that meeting. And then, so are we good with that? With West Side for now? Okay, then let's go to communications. We call it that public. This is our final priorities.
This document, or was it? Because I said it's separate.
Is it,
I can resend it if there's a place.
Send it to our.
Send it to where?
Send it to our being at Provo.
And
Is
that different than your just regular Provo.org?
Yeah.
Okay. This is another example of where centralized government is. Okay, so this came from, I believe, 3 different priorities that were kind of molded into one, and that was that it's kind of reflected into desired outcomes. There was some pruning that I did with these. That you could, so desired outcomes: improve engagement with students, businesses, HOAs, and landlords. So that's broad, but I think Dave Connect was kind of the champion of this idea of, we could actively reach out to these different groups and meet them on their turf rather than just inviting them to come into our meetings. Technological tools which make the council more accessible to Provo citizens. I think Dave Sewell was the champion really on this one. And then council policies and practices which encourage and enable interested stakeholders to learn about, follow, and engage in issues the council is addressing. Earlier, there's a time component to this as well. I think we've all felt frustration, probably on both sides of the dais, where people right at the end when it's difficult to make changes, or times where we've been on the other side of the dais where we don't hear about something, we don't learn about or engage on issues until it feels like there's so much momentum that we can't really do much about it. So the idea is, how can we structure our meetings? How can we structure our work sessions? How can we structure these things to help the public learn about and engage on these issues earlier, when their feedback can be more helpful and better accommodated. Performance indicators, kind of that satisfaction survey, which was, I think, kind of our default to go-to performance indicator, but if that's a tool that we have, we might as well use it. We can take a look at level of engagement. I saw a paper in my mailbox today that looked at 2005 and how did our social media levels of engagement change over this past year. So that's a very easy quantifiable indicator that we can follow. And then reduced response time for inquiries and requests for information from the council. Anyway, so that's how I roll those three together and present to you.
Questions?
For the third one, Soren has agreed to assist with that, so he's, I guess, an unofficial intern, or he's assisting with that one. Yeah, exactly. So I've engaged. We've started on that one.
Okay, and I just start each phase. Even before I was took office, I was talking to your, I saw Phil Ewell of the. He says, "Hey, what you doing?" I said, "No, I right in where the HOAs were in my, in theory, anyway. We got talking about how do you get a database, how many the contact was to figure out. And there's a state website you register with. It's I think it's Jeff actually turned me into it. You can type it and get some information. Phil said that he inquired that the city could get a list. Well, probably just the ones that probably supply them to us. We would have that. Sometimes the contact information went to the city. The boundaries are plat maps to actually figure out what these HOAs encompass is a bit more. The sickness, and then it turns out that Jeremiah and even Dave have done this part. We're just really tuned into with some of the managing companies that use these HOAs.
So is there, as far as this goes, is this something that individual council members who have a particular interest will move forward? Do we want to form a committee to move the needle on this issue? How do you best want to
On this part,
address this?
I can hear Phil. We as a council, the administration just applied it anyway, so I think it's supportive.
Mhm.
So can I propose that we assign one desired outcome bullet point per Dave, and we'll report that when we have the report.
I like it. The 3 by 2s. If everybody else is.
To be clear, it would be Dave Connect for the first bullet point, Dave School for the second bullet point, and then myself for the third bullet point. Is that agreeable?
Yeah.
That's what the outcomes.
Yes, those 3 bulleted outcomes.
So it would be helpful to have a little bit of staff support. Maybe to work or something. I want to get in contact with some of the companies that are in this case. I can.
We did, a couple of years ago, we did a strategic look at citizen engagement. We had a task force with a citizen survey. They did a lot of that research. Now, again, it's a couple of years dated, but we can certainly provide you with that information, both on the tech tools as well as how people want to engage with us and what are some of the best ways our residents like to connect with us. So I'd be happy to get that to you.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay, so we're good. Is everyone comfortable with that? Is that a motion necessarily? Okay. Well, so I think we will take a 5-minute break, and then just for future, we'll continue item 5 and item 6 to March 16th session. And then in turn, we'll hear from Public Works on item 7. Take a 5-minute break.
Talking about the trouble with people's lobbying and what, if anything, to do with agricultural here. Turns out, it's old news. There it is in the implementation. Open space appropriations encourage agricultural greenbelt areas in existing appropriate
Okay. Thank you. The next item for discussion is item number 7, the discussion on the status of infrastructure on the west side of Provo as it relates to future development. This item will be presented by the Director of Public Service.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're actually going to do a joint effort here today. I'm just going to do a very quick introduction, and then I'm going to turn the time over to Greg Beckstrom, who's in the back, one of the division directors from Public Works, and then Bart Simons is also going to take some time. The purpose of our presentation today, the mayor alluded to it, we are starting to sense some development pressure on the west side that we anticipate is going to accelerate as we pave and open the west side connector. And we're already feeling an increased amount of development pressure on the west side, and we have some basic infrastructure items that we wanted to talk about and let you know where we're sitting. It's not the cool stuff. And by the way, I have to tell you, I think Gary McGinn kind of burst everybody's bubble at Public Works when he stated during his fee thing that nobody really cares about the sewer line profiles. I cannot figure out why nobody cares about the sewer line. But yeah, until it hits the news and it's in somebody's basement. Anyway, we're going to talk about the sewer line. We're going to talk about stormwater today because those are two of the big issues that we're facing on the west side. So, by the way, one of the items that we might want to consider, I'll look to the administration and the council, but road infrastructure is one that we're not going to cover today, but you might want to have some discussion on the 15th. It's one of the issues that is going to come up. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Greg, and he's going to take about 10 minutes on stormwater, and then we'll take about 10 minutes on the sewer and answer some questions. Greg?
Good afternoon, council members. As Mr. Decker indicated, in terms of potential development issues on the west side, as you've been discussing earlier this afternoon, a couple of the key issues from an infrastructure standpoint are storm drainage and sanitary sewer. And I'm here to talk about the stormwater aspects of that. And right here, there are two aspects from a storm drainage standpoint that apply on the west side. One is typical infrastructure issues that we have throughout the community, particularly in developed areas. The second is the issue of Utah lake flooding, and that is an issue that is somewhat unique to the west side as opposed to other areas of the community. And I'm going to spend a brief amount of time talking about some of the flooding history, what our current practices are, and what our options are for approving development without exacerbating or creating some of those problems. And there's basically three options. The most popular amongst some is don't build. That is certainly the cheapest and guarantees that there will be zero problems. However, it's not so popular amongst the property owners or those that are looking to maximize the best use of the highest and best use of the property. Second option is to bring in some fill to keep it above flood elevation. And the third option is to construct dikes and pumps to protect development that's built below flood elevations from having problems. I'll just note that number 3 has not been considered an historical option, and it's not one that we're recommending, but it is one that we'll discuss in case there are those that want to revisit that question.
Greg, can I ask you a question? If they do build, then they are in a floodplain, and they can get flood insurance?
Yes. And that's one of the issues I'll discuss obliquely, but we could probably spend an entire meeting talking about some of the issues associated with flood insurance and some of the issues that are about to be upon us in that area. This is a map of the west side of the community. You can see the freeway and the developed areas of the community, the airport, and the Lakeview Parkway connection with the freeway. The most significant line here is this orange line. That represents the elevation, the shoreline of Utah Lake during the high water in the 1980s. And everything on the outside of that line that was not protected by dikes was underwater during that period of time. We learned a few lessons. In the 1970s, about a decade before that time, a period a little bit like now, a little bit of a drought, lake elevations were low, water table elevations were down, the shoreline of the lake seemed a long ways away, development didn't seem to be, in that area didn't seem to be a problem, and the west side was becoming a popular place to build. During that time, there were 4 large developments that were approved. This is the Lakewood development area, this is the Mannerly Court subdivision area, this is the Riverview subdivision area, and this is the Harbor Park area. That's probably a few hundred lots that were developed in a short period of time during the early and mid-70s with those projects. 2 of those projects, the Lakeview subdivision down here and the Riverview project here, ended up costing the city millions of dollars because they were not built in full recognition of the potential issues associated with the lake elevation and with the water table. In the case of the Lakewood subdivision, when the lake came up in the mid-80s, we had to build, the city in conjunction with the Corps of Engineers built this levee and a pump station. Otherwise, much of the subdivision would have been underwater during that period of time. In the case of the Riverview subdivision, the related issue we have with lake water and with high flows in the Provo River is high water table. And in this case, we had homes right next to the river that were built with half or full basements. And if you're familiar with the dry wells that you may have in the basement of your home or in the garage or driveway of your home, they were not acting as recipients of water, they were acting as sources of water, and literally groundwater was coming up out of these dry wells into people's basements and in the driveways in this area. Ultimately, there was a major project that was constructed and continues to be operated and maintained by the city to dewater that area and protect those homes from the ongoing groundwater problem. We learned some lessons from those development projects. The maintenance of the pumping facility in Riverview and the levees and dikes and some of the pumps around this area of the city still cost us thousands to tens of thousands of dollars a year to operate and maintain, depending upon the hydrologic conditions. Since that time, we've had development practices that have restricted development below flood elevation of the lake, and we've also got policies that strongly discourage the construction of basements. And they have been largely successful over the last several decades in avoiding repetitions of this problem. As has been discussed, and we'll talk about here, we're seeing the potential with high development pressure in this area of the community with the completion of the Lakeview Parkway. In addition to the lake flooding, we have the sir.
Can I ask you just a quick question? So is it city responsibility to put in these pump stations? I mean, is that something that we did just because we felt we should, or was that something we were legally required to do?
I think it was more the former than the latter.
Okay.
You know, we did have the benefit of having some significant federal funding that supported the construction of the levees. They don't take any responsibility for the ongoing O&M, but they were significantly helpful in doing the initial construction.
But we let the development occur, so we had some responsibility.
That was the perception or the argument that was made by the citizens.
Right.
And that responsibility may have been as much moral and political as it was legal, but nevertheless the responsibility was perceived to exist. Okay. In addition to the lake flooding issues, we have the conventional infrastructure challenges on the west side. Lack of existing infrastructure, the high front-end cost of development relative of improvements relative to development size, and our CIP budget priorities. I know you're in the midst of receiving the capital improvement budgets. From a stormwater standpoint, our priorities are capital improvement projects, and we've got millions of dollars of projects that we could do. And we prioritize those primarily by existing problem areas, those that will facilitate central city redevelopment, and finally those that accommodate undeveloped areas of the city. If you look at our current 5-year capital improvement budget, all of them address this priority. A couple of them address this priority. None of them address the lower priority at this point in time. We also have some legal challenges on the west side associated with easements and right-of-way. I'll discuss those quickly. Wetland issues, the flood insurance issue, and the bottom line is there are a couple of key development questions, and we face this not only in the stormwater area but others as well. And that is, what is the appropriate cost sharing between developers and existing citizens for flood control and drainage infrastructure? And that gets into the discussion of impact fees. What infrastructure do we require developers to provide at the time of development? What infrastructure are we willing to, as a city, pay for with revenues that are provided by utility fees or taxes by existing citizens? What potential improvements are we willing to defer for some period of time, kick the can down the road, so to speak, take the risk, and let the next council or the next administration deal with sometime down the road. The second question, and this relates to the question Councilmember Hardy brought up, and that is, does Provo City want to build, operate new dikes and pumps to protect new development near Provo Bay? Historically, the answer to that question has been no, but that's a question that is certainly subject to being revisited. And quickly here, this is kind of just a blow-up version of the map we saw earlier, again with the lake flood elevation, Lakeview Parkway, and the areas of the community we're seeing existing development proposals, and we expect additional development proposals to be coming. You can see we have storm drain system down 1100 west. We have a storm drain system down 2050 west, extension southward to the Lakeview Bay area. This area in here, for the most part, and not much of it can be serviced by either of those. And while we have master plan systems in place for both the Big Dry Creek drainage system and 1600 west, they're not in place now. And that's why we talk about the front end expenditure. If some big developer comes in here like Broadview Shores and proposes to build hundreds of residential units, they're going to have the size of a project that would probably justify the construction of the infrastructure and can afford to build the infrastructure that'll be required to service an area. We see a subdivision come in and they want to do a couple dozen lots, 40, 50 lots. There just isn't the size of the project to provide for that infrastructure. And then we're faced with wrestling the questions. Do we just simply say, no, this development project is premature, or how do we address, or are we willing to take on some of the costs and maybe recapture them through other impact fees, or are we willing to kick the can down the road? Those are the difficult questions that we're faced to wrestle with when we're dealing with small development projects in this area of the community.
Great question. Is the parkway elevated?
Yes.
Is it right any kind of a dike?
Limited. It was as a result of one of the conditions of getting the 404 permit associated with the wetlands impact is that it was not allowed to be built as a dike. Then the other issue we have in this area is that even service developments in this area that may be, relatively speaking, high and dry, we don't have the easements and the right-of-ways to build the drainage channels that would be required down to Provo Bay. And that's an impediment to, in many respects. This is easier to develop because it's higher. It's also closer to other utilities, but we don't have the drainage outlet, and that requires either developers to acquire those rights of way and easements, or it requires the city to get engaged in potential condemnations, or it requires us to say, no, this development is just premature at this point in time until some of these issues are resolved otherwise. And there are always people who are uncomfortable with any of those options. It's rather uncomfortable. I think that summarizes the key points from a storm drain standpoint. Oh, you got Councilman Connect?
Yeah, just a question. So you've got number 48 there in the middle of the bottom. You go up that road.
Right.
Yeah, that intersection. Is the church on property there?
My understanding, I don't know for a fact today, my understanding is at least at one point in time the LDS Church did own this property on the southeast corner. I don't know if they still did. I assume so, but Mr. Simons is going to handle the discussion on the wastewater issues.
Great. One question, and maybe this is way too specific. You gave kind of some options. Is there an option to, I know Crenstar does this, where say a developer comes in and says, oh, we'll put the cost down, but we want to be paid back as their developers come. Is that option, does that not play out well?
We do have that option. It does require the developer still to basically finance the improvements, to come in with the front-end cash, which is limiting, and sometimes those agreements are normally limited to a 10-year term, so sometimes they never see that payback
on the 11th year,
and therefore they're unwilling.
Those guys get a windfall.
They're unwilling to take those risks. So while they theoretically exist, they're generally not perceived as that great a deal by most developers. Simons. To get started real quickly, I'm just going to pass out a map that provides this information with an aerial background. They'll give you some information. I'd be happy if it be helpful to any questions you might have.
Can I ask you one more question before it jumps on? George asked a great question about the lake, the parkway. Are there any other things that have happened in this area that will possibly change the potential of the lake going up that high? Or is it basically, it is that's what happened in '84, and there's not much we can do to stop it from happening again?
There are some improvements that have reduced the risk on the margins. But the bottom line is, if we have another series of years like we did in the mid-'80s, the lake may not get up to 44.95 like it did, but it'll probably get up to 44.94 or 44.94 and a half. The improvements would mitigate the impact, but certainly not eliminate it.
I was under the impression that the Lakeview Parkway was going to almost act as kind of that dividing line between, you might have athletic fields on the outside, but you keep all the homes on the inside, because my understanding it was going to function somewhat like a dike. I'm curious about the 404 and what the logic behind why it couldn't act like a dike.
The reality of that road, and this is a little bit of my personal opinion here, the reality of that road is that Public Works would do everything that they could to use that road to protect the city, even to the point of blocking culverts and other things to help keep the water out. But the way the road is designed, there's a potential even for the water to go past the road. It's not designed to keep water out. And they specifically, just as Greg indicated, they specifically indicated we would not build the road as a dike.
Why not?
There's some wetland issues.
They want the water to be able to pass back and forth to maintain the wetland that exists.
Do we have wetlands on the inside of that road?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's important to know, if we got into that situation, we would be doing everything to use that.
It does create the opportunity, again, to reduce or mitigate the risk or the impact, but it would certainly be misleading to suggest that the mere existence of that road makes development below the flood elevation on the inside a necessarily desirable or safe thing to do.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity of being able to visit with you this afternoon. Dave Decker told me a little bit sometime back that I'd have the opportunity to speak to you today. I've honestly tried to find a way to put a flowery, positive presentation on raw sewage, but I've fallen short on that to a certain extent. So kind of what we're going to be going through here is the realities of some difficulties. One of them being with the West Side developments. We have, let's see, if you'll notice, this particular page is from our wastewater collections master plan, and it deals with one of these difficulties. In particular, it's our 36-inch trunk line, and it calls out in the master plan that we need to put a parallel or redundant line to that to be able to accommodate future growth. I would like to just put forward, though, that it also gives some opportunity for redundancy in an emergency situation. If you will now, that 36-inch line is carrying about as bad of items you can imagine carrying down through there, and there's nothing else to carry it at this point. So as we go on, and as the city grows there on the west side, we will need to eventually get that parallel line. Now, there's a lot of things that come into this, and so I know you've had a long day, but I'll kind of spill a few things here. A 36-inch line currently is carrying a little over 7,000 homes. And so when we look at it in the master plan, to increase that to be carrying about a 75% range, it means that it can carry another 2,145. If we were to hope that we did not have over 15% intrusion, so to go to 85%, we've determined that would be possibly another 1,500. So looking at that, all in all, maybe 3,600 new homes in there. As time has gone on, from the time that the master plan was developed to now, we now have the high school that will be going down on the west side as well, and that will be adding to it also, so it just increases the need.
How many homes does that represent?
Right now, currently, a little over 7,000.
So the high school, how many would?
Oh, how many? Well, we're trying to determine, and that's a very good question. Rather than trying to determine exactly the homes, we're looking at trying to come up with exactly what the high school is using by utilizing, we have a very sophisticated meter we purchased, and we have another one on the way. We've placed it in a couple of spots now, checking throughout the system, so instead of an estimation, we know exactly the amount of raw sewage that's coming through there. Now, we're going to be running one with the high school. Estimations right now are all over the board as to what it could be. Possibly in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 homes, and maybe not that high, depending on...
Not 100 homes or 200 homes.
Very likely not. From what, when we first looked at the line coming out, I would have expected that. That doesn't indicate it's the case. But we won't know actually until we plant that meter on the current Provo High School, and to be able to monitor that and get just exactly over a period of time what we believe we're getting. And so that's, these meters become very important. We have better ability to gain information now than we've ever had along this line. So that's, it's kind of a work in progress even with the current information that we have. As we look at the planned developments, Greg mentioned Broadview Shores. On that one, we're looking somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 more homes. And Osprey Point is currently being built. That's on the west side, west of where the development was by our west of 500 West and approximately 1560 South area. And Fox Development, which I termed that may change in name, but still that's going to the west of it. So we already have a couple of hundred homes tied up that way and more. So this is becoming more and more pressure, if you will, to look at, we're going to have to do something with that 36. Now with that, as we start looking at funding that, we currently are going through our wastewater facility, our wastewater treatment facility master plan. In that master plan, one of the options may be moving the plant. One, staying on site, rebuilding over the years towards build out, or moving the plant. That could make a difference, or would make a difference on which way it's going to flow. And so we're trying to time this to make the correct decisions on where this lands. The meters currently show, however, where we placed it in a couple of spots. Mr. Decker had visited with me as Dave and I talked quite a bit about, okay, what are we looking at with this? We wanted to get some real solid readings on what we had coming in now. So we've measured just west of the freeway and found that we may have a little more room in the estimations in the master plan gave. And if we're correct in that, depending on what the infiltration intrusion water can be in a normal year, which we haven't had one for quite a while, we may be better off than what we believe. But if we make a mistake, or if it just outruns us, the last thing we want to do is surcharge the sewer lines, especially something that size.
So, as you build out on the west side and utilize the current pipelines at greater capacity, the backup you have in place, power goes out for a week or some extended period of time, what happens?
At the water reclamation facility, there's a backup generator.
Well, the sewage pumping plants.
Oh, as far as the lift stations.
Lift stations.
Well, on those, I have backup generator on 2 two of them. One of them is, we're looking at another one on it, so there is that capability. There are improvements being designed into the current stations, the west side in particular, but it has a backup generator on it. So it would prompt. The thing that we're more concerned about is the additional flow into it.
So are we beyond, did we make a decision that we can't go back from on having a facility out on the west side that is actually a sewage treatment plant that flows downhill?
No. Are we beyond that point? No. In a future meeting coming up, Mr. Decker is kind of outlining, will be coming to you along with the administration, giving a more accurate picture of just what the options are. And so that you will be seeing that. The difficult point is determining how fast this happens. Bearing in mind, when the master plan was done, it was looking at minimum densities, and the developments, and Greg alluded to this, the developments we're looking at now, some of them are coming in a lot higher. Yes.
So Broadview Shores, I believe that one's been approved, that's on its way.
That's correct.
What, the other two, are they already?
Osprey Point, Osprey's being built as we speak. Okay. And
roughly where are they at?
if you go west of 500 West and go down to approximately 1560 South, and I'm sorry, I don't, the map, can you go back on that, Jim?
It's the old radio station property, if you're familiar with that.
Okay. And so it is, and as well.
Where's Broadview Shores?
Broadview Shores is to the north. We'll go up again west of Geneva Road. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. And so in this, another development that we're looking at, it's kind of calling attention right now. You'll notice the blue line and the kind of brown line there. The brown line will be the parallel 36. What you're looking at there now in the blue line is the path of the current 36, approximately. And it's gathering the wastewater from all of this west side and some on the north side, on the east side of it. For the most part, it's the west side. It's coming in there. And again, we're fine now. Also, we've made some extensive efforts to, with these low water years, we've gone in and had the opportunity to hold off some intrusion water in various areas that we've worried about for years and been called out. And one of them right off of Geneva Road that literally was a 6-inch pipe blowing full bore of intrusion water, and we've cut that down. There's nothing running there now but just the sewage out of that development. It's very, very minimal. And so we've done that in a number of areas, kind of getting the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, on trying to pull it out. But we will always, to a certain extent, deal with intrusion and infiltration water, and we won't know exactly how extensive that is till we get a normal year again, and we could have one of those coming now or maybe not. But when we get a normal to a large year, that's when we're going to be watching just exactly and metering again. The good thing now is we have metered information that we can go back now when we get that flow coming in and be able to quantify, okay, how much intrusion water do we have coming in?
Who's paying intrusion water?
Leaks in the sewer. That's about coming from groundwater.
Yes, it's outside groundwater coming in through the seams, the joints in the pipe.
Now, if we have intrusions, do we have any extrusions? Do we get any inside going out?
The short answer is no. And if you believe it, yeah. The truth of the matter is we're doing all, typically it runs well when you have a leak show up sometimes it doesn't. The good part is our wastewater collection crews with a camera truck are moving very, very fast, as much as they can, in checking the lines out. They have done for many, many years. They're locating problem spots and correcting them. Our backups that we've had are greatly reduced from what they once were. We've had difficulties in the past when we go to looking at outside water getting into the sewer line. Sometimes roots cause that, and so we go back in, and there have been some trees had to be taken down because of that. And that is an effort, though, that by no means is finished. That'll go on for years and years and years. But to leave it alone and not take care of it would be a foolish move. And so our crews are spending a great deal of time and effort to do a great job with it. They're very talented, and they spot problems quickly and do a real good job of getting that taken care of.
If I could, I'd just like to give Bart a shout out for that. When I first started with the city, I was handling the claims, and during my first couple of years, we did have quite a few sewer claims. And the last probably 4 or 5 years, we've had very, very few. Really been doing a great job.
Terry Welch, the collections manager, he's shooting for 0 per year, and we're hoping to get to that with the efforts he's making. I believe that we can.
But with that as well, those crews are also with their equipment, specialized equipment, helping other departments with a number of issues. So, but anyway, so the other line that has to happen, this current line is approximately 800 north in this area, does not exist. That is a future line going up to pick up the pressurized main that will come out of Broadview Shores, and one that we hadn't planned on will be the high school. Well, the high school will gravity flow, believe it or not, it'll go to the north into the Broadview Shores lift station, be picked up and come out, and with the volume of the 12 to 1500 in Broadview Shores as well as the high school, will need to come out into a new line to be carried down, and it also will go into the parallel 36.
So another line that's parallel to the green is what you're talking about?
The green will be a new line, all the way down. The new line. Right, to here, and then that's a new line, single 18-inch line, and then that will tie into the new 36, which will split the flow between what we have now and what it adds, and the two lines together will carry it on in.
I asked the question, but I didn't get a specific answer. How long can we keep the sewage pumping if the power does go out? How much backup do we have for a week or?
Well, with the generators, almost indefinitely unless something goes wrong with the generator.
Oh, okay. Or fuel supply.
Or fuel supply.
Right, okay. And is the same true of our water sources?
No. And yes. The no is with our deep wells, no. We've been looking for some time on a mobile generator, if you will, because trying to equip a generator in each of those, there's got space constraints, but being able to get a mobile generator there will help. And I'm not trying to paint a bleak picture there, but when you get that shaker, if you will, and we don't know which ones will shift and which ones won't, the good part is as well that we have our spring sources that are not dependent on power, and they'll continue to run to the city unless we lose our main lines out of the canyon, which that's a whole other discussion. We're looking at a capital project to improve that as well. So I'm not trying to evade you. For a generator at each side of the wells, no. The backbone of our system is the springs. That's why we've added big springs, and that will continue to run with as long as the pipeline's in place to carry. We will have, depending on the severity of whatever the emergency is, you're going to have broken infrastructure all over. Some may be, and that's why also I'd like to see personally something more than 136-inch, because if it shakes it loose in a spot, that's a lot of material that's very unpleasant that we'll be doing. So,
But we're working on storage and increased capacity coming to the west side for our water sources.
Right. Currently underway right now, there's a 6 million gallon storage tank being built, as well as a 4 million gallon. Well, the 4 million gallons underway right now. 6 million will start in approximately a month, and they will add the 10 million gallons, which will become the west side storage at that point. It will improve pressures, take off pressure fluctuations. It'll be a major improvement. That one's currently underway.
Where are they located?
One at the end of Columbia Lane, that's one that'll start here in about a month, and the other one in the Slate Canyon area on the edge of one of the debris basins. Let's see.
We can skip this one.
You want to take that one?
Go ahead, Bart. This is, or I can do it. This is just the funding. One of the things that Bart has talked about is the parallel 36 and in the CIP, the 5-year CIP that you're receiving. We have broken out that large project into multiple years, and that's the funding for it. So Bart alluded to one of the things that we need to come back to the council and talk about is the master plan. Not only the cost, but one of the interesting discussions is moving it versus keeping it where it's located, and we need to get to a decision, because that parallel 36 obviously is going to be routed completely different if we move the plan. We're going to have to change that location.
You're going to have to increase fees to fund this?
Right now, the fee schedule that we've allocated out, this project is funded, but the projects that are at the plant itself, so if we either build a new plant or we have to keep up with the projects at the existing plant, we do have some modifications that have to happen there, and that's part of the reason that we want to come back and talk with the council about that specific master plan. Get you a little bit more detail. We didn't feel like we had enough time today to cover that.
CIP was sent this morning. Yes.
CIP is out
to you, which you would see this reflected in there.
And this is the same 5-year plan that we had.
That's correct. Yes.
That we basically approved 1 year last year.
That's correct. I know we tried to cover a lot of things today. We'll come back with a couple more presentations.
That's probably so 5-year CIP plan. The other day when I was reading the general plan, it was like general plan every 5 years along the CIP.
Now, just for clarification, I think what you're alluding to is a master plan update.
Yeah.
We try to do that about once every 5 years, and we're getting very close that the water and the sewer will need to be done. Greg is in the middle of getting an approved stormwater master plan. We have a draft right now on that, and we should have that next couple of months finalized.
CIP plan is a rolling 5 years. So it's updated every year, but it moves out a year.
Basically, we're saying no more than 1,500 new homes.
Yeah, what we're saying here, communicating, is we're limited. We have a limited sewer capacity out on the west side. The variable is the infiltration on the groundwater. We've had a drought season here, so we don't have a lot of groundwater going in through those seams, and it may change as we get a wet season. I was going to ask Jimmy to go back to the first slide if we can. And I forgot to do the introduction here, but these are some of the priorities that the council's listed out, and we can tie this discussion about infrastructure to every single one of these. A lot of people forget that your infrastructure makes a big difference on your economic development. If you can't get water, if you can't get sewer out of the economic development potential areas, you're in trouble. You can't attract those people. So there's lots of ties to these priorities here.
And I think as a council, we kind of decided that infrastructure was part of the budgeting priorities. And it's been something that we focused on last year and hope that would continue. So it's not that it's not a priority, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I have to tell you, I appreciate the council has been very good. The administration has been very, very good to us as far as infrastructure. And it's not that we don't recognize that in public works. Very much appreciate it.
I appreciate what you do. Thank you, Mr. Becker, Mr. Simons, Mr. Beckstrom, and Mr. McKnight, too.
Just quickly, I just did get an update on the loud noise. We heard just a couple of minutes ago. It startled our folks in the COP office because it was right across the street from them. It was actually a steel beam that was going in place on the parking structure at the Calvary Partners project that got dropped by the crane onto the concrete deck. And so that's the crack. So it was not a gunshot. Hope no one was underneath it.
Yeah.
Don't worry there. No dances on that floor.
So the next two items are going to be presented by Mr. Actually, the first item will be Mr. Daniel Gonzalez, and he'll be discussing the proposed 2016-2017 action plan for 5.
Correct. And, excuse me, I'm fighting a little bit of a cold here. So it's related to the funding we received from HUD for both the CDBG grant and the home program. Last year we had some discussions with you in the preparation of the Consolidated Plan, which is a 5-year plan, which is the way that we apply for the funding that HUD has for us. And every year thereafter we do an update to the action plan, which includes what projects we're going to be covering for the following year. Before I get into the recommendations from the committees, though, from the administration and from the council, I wanted to approach the fact that this action plan, this is a time where we can also make changes, if so desired, to the citizen participation plan or any other part of the consolidated plan that was submitted last year. The committees that review these are outlined as to where do the members come from, how are they convened, and what they do with it. So in conversations with council leadership, there was the proposal to perhaps designate a committee to look at this. Is that something will be moving forward, I guess, on looking for some direction on that, you can talk about that.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Did you have this recommendation?
I don't know on the current committee. I mean, it's hard to know any recommendations on the committee makeup until we see who's on the, I have no idea who's on the current committees.
The committees are okay, so for the CDG committee, the consolidated plans lined out that through an effort from the council and administration, a minimum of five individuals will be making up that committee, and it's made up from recommendations from council members, administration, staff, any others. The final determination as to who sits in the committee is after sifting through them and whatnot.
And I think the recommendation was not necessarily our own separate committee, but was to have a council liaison for the committees. Was what we were thought about discussing. But
What are the committees? This is there's
for social services and non-social services, there's a committee for each, right? And
we're going with the CDBG committee, which used to be called the non-social. It doesn't make a lot of sense to call it non-social. It's the CDBG committee and the CDBG social services committee, which is an.
So there are two committees, and they look at, one has 85%, and the other has 15% of the funding. And sometimes you can, change that a little bit, the percentages on each side, but we wanted to see those together so that we knew that if you change one, you're going to affect the other. So but these committees have been made up of, I know, neighborhood chairs and just different.
Correct. And we can talk about that here, or if the decision from the council is to designate committee members from the council, we can provide that information as to who makes up those committees and provide some feedback as to if that one wants to be evaluated and changed. We can do that.
Started out with give copies of the current committee, which are those committees. My question is, maybe this will be answered later, the 2016-17 funding recommended by the committees. So there were committees functioning that did recommend this year's.
Correct.
Right. Yes. So it's really funding for, it's really the basis of those committees for next year.
Correct.
Next year's funding cycle.
And may I say from experience, it's important to have the right people in the committee, but I think it's even more important that the council gives them direction as to what they would like to see before they start meeting.
And in the past, we've done that as a council, not our current council, but in the past, I think they've done that. They've come to those committees initially and talked about a few things, and that didn't turn out to be so helpful.
And the problem is that then the committee goes off kind of on its own. That's why my recommendation is to have a member of the council on that committee, kind of as a liaison and understand what's happening, so they can commiserate with other members of the council as the direction that's happening. But that's just my feeling. I don't know, Dave, you've been involved with that before.
Yeah, I was on the social services committee, but we've got two committees now, right?
So, right. Do you agree with me, David? Do you think we need to have council members on each of those committees, a council member? Would be helpful or harmful?
Even if you just went and observed.
I mean, it's not like you have to necessarily be on the committee. I don't know if I have strong feelings about being on the committee, but you certainly want to go and be available to comment or offer some oversight if needed.
If I may, so any member of the council is welcome to attend any of the committees. As far as officially being part of the committee, I would not recommend that, because what HUD is looking here for is a citizen involvement. While the point the mayor makes is valid, that it's helpful for those committees to have an idea of what the council's goals and priorities and direction is. Actually being part of the committee, I would not recommend that, but council members can come and observe the meetings.
A liaison, permanent liaison for that committee, so we have it regularly reporting. Someone that's, one of us goes one time, one goes another, you don't have any consistency. I wasn't suggesting we have a member of the committee be a member of the committee for the council, but liaison like we do the energy board and other boards. That there is more money there, disposable than anywhere in the city budget. I think we have your oversight as the council budget oversight, and we need to monitor what's happening with schools.
So would you recommend someone from the council budget committee go?
It's up to the leadership, but I would suggest that we have somebody permanently assigned each of those committees. There's a liaison, but that's up to the leadership.
Is there anyone who would want to be the liaison for either of those?
We're talking for next year's.
For next year's.
I was very planning, I certainly would all be the general committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there another one for each?
I think it'd be nice to have something for the other committee.
There's a lot more money for the full committee, the main committee, the social services committee is 2%.
Yeah, I like this. I'm used to being on that. I was on that for like 7 years.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to go over to the social service committee, just let me know when. And
okay.
You want to take the other one?
So another thing I've seen is almost inevitably that 15% adjust after the committees have made their recommendation. And I don't know if you know what that number is now, but I think you'd save some stress with the committees, giving them that percentage now rather than changing it after they make the recommendations.
They just like their meeting when you change.
Yeah.
So actually, my recollection is that for quite a stretch of years, like 7 or 8 years, it was at 15%, and then not too many years ago, it kind of dived down to 10% or something.
As low as 7.5.
Or 7.5, and then I think several years ago, the council kind of expressed an intent to work its way back up to 15. So my recommendation would be, I think we're at a year now where we could go back to the 15 and just leave it there so everybody can climb on that.
Second that motion.
Okay.
I think,
we should discuss it.
yeah, I made, oh, yeah, sorry, so that's a motion and you seconded, so discussion on that.
I'd like to hear arguments for and against.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say, just give just a blanket percentage, because as we sat in that meeting and we looked at both and we heard from each of the committees about where it was going and the impact, I felt like it would have been a lot harder. It would be a lot harder to make that decision after you've heard from both committees.
I made my motion to make it, the leadership will put on a future council agenda, works meeting agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Claudia.
Uh-huh.
We're having a discussion because we're below the maximum. The maximum allowed, I believe, is 15%. That's right. So if you put it to 15%, yes, someone might say, well, we shouldn't be giving them that much. But usually the push is, gee, why can't you give us more? There's just so many people that are in need. And that's the difficulty of that committee, is to say who gets, who doesn't get. It's not a committee you want to be on. But if you put it to 15, then we're doing the best we can, folks. If we can afford to do that, I suggest we do that.
The committees did make recommendations at both 85 and 87.5 on the non-social services side, 12.5 and 15 on the social services side. So there's in many ways, once you make that decision, the recommendations are already made. So it's not like you have to go back to the committees to get new series of recommendations. So we have a 12.5 and a 15% recommendation.
But it's very for 4 years.
For future years, absent. Find it 15. Would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Maybe we can, instead of a future council work session, maybe at the retreat, we can discuss it further.
Okay. That sounds good.
There's still a motion to
There is.
15 right now.
Jonathan? Same here.
I know when we changed it in those meetings before, oftentimes they'll just add a little bit to the groups that didn't get quite as much as they wanted. They just bumped it up a little bit, so it didn't really, very rarely did it change a whole group. You know what I mean?
We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and do a motion and vote on it.
So your motion is to keep it at 15%, 15 and 85. And have a second?
Well, the original motion was from Mr. Sewell, so I guess I'd like some clarification. That's Mr. Sewell's motion. And let me just clarify one thing. So it hit 7.5 at the bottom, and I think it went to 10, and then last year I think it was 12.5, wasn't it?
And I believe it was 15%.
I think we changed that meeting to 15.
To 15. Okay, well, so we're already there. Yeah. So my motion is let's just keep it there. Yeah.
And for clarification, are you talking 15% for this year, 15% as direction for the committee for future years? And is now the time to be making the motion for this, or do we need to be doing that in the council meeting?
I think if I understood correctly, the motion is to assign 50% here forward, not necessarily for this recommendation here, but so that we can include in the citizens' participation plan as they look at it, that we'll be looking at 15% of the grant to allocate. Am I correct in that?
Well, I would say for both, but I don't know if that's.
Because you've already got 15.
The reason why I would say it makes sense to do it this way is because we haven't even talked about this recommendation itself, and that will you'll need a separate motion to approve the recommendations from the committee to move forward.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we approve this, because I'm not sure we can do that right now. It's just a policy question of what is the percentage.
I think what you're saying, if I understand right, is that the motion is that it be the expression of the intent of the council, that the recommendation from the Citizens Committee should just be 15% from now on.
Right.
I'll second that motion.
We already had a
Yeah, so we're ready to vote.
Is this something we can vote on here in Board?
Well, it is because it's just an expression of intent. You're not
We
buying.
still have to vote in the meeting when this is presented. We'll do this one now, and then next year we'll have to.
You're just giving policy guidance to the.
Yeah, it gives us direction as we write the action plan for
I
state
don't have to worry about having
policy.
a 12.5, or
Correct.
yeah, and a 15%. They can just come with a 15%, 85%. Fine.
Do a discussion. I'm in favor of it, but for to vote on something when you don't even at least get, the counterpoint. The counterpoint is that this money can be spent on some of these other projects. Some of our Parks and Rec, I think, is in the current one. I mean, just as an example. I mean, so these are some pretty hefty community priorities that are on the non-social services. So that's any money that we spend on social services, we're not spending on this infrastructure type questions.
I'll be the bad guy and give the counterpoint.
Okay, please, because I do want to argue against what I'm saying right now.
I've seen year after year tiny dollars sprinkled over a series of projects that have not had major impact on the city in the social service categories. The dollars are too few, they're spread too thin to change the dynamics. And I've seen amazing things happen from the non-social service sector of it with parks and sidewalks and infrastructure that's made significant differences in neighborhoods. There's no better example than the splash pad just a few blocks south of us. So I think it's, like I said, I'm kind of the bad guy, because who wants to argue against, right, the social services?
Did you hate 4 people?
Let's just get it out, yes. Me and Donald Trump. But to me, it's not, it's more an issue of where are these having an impact. And I would love to have an analysis run of people that have received money in the social services category, and how is the city any different because of those funds. To me, that's the counterpoint.
Okay. Thank you for that. I've heard studies that show that for every dollar spent on this organization, the city realizes $6 in benefits and in increased taxes and things like that. And I'm just using that as I've heard that before, not about any specific thing. So that might be the counter argument to the counter argument that was just given, which I appreciate. But I just want to make sure that we are thinking and understanding when we vote 15% towards social services, we are reducing the amount that we can spend of this money on some of these
In fact, the difference is there was $30,000 for a bicycle project. That's what it is. That's where the difference is.
That in this year, that's true.
Yes.
If you give them 15%, they might be able to actually fund an interim position around this bumping everything up a few percentage. I think it gives them more flexibility. And on the 85%, some of those things for parks and future projects. Flexibility from RAC tax that's going to help our parks and RAC, but it's not going to help our social services. One of the things that the committee is supposed to do is evaluate how well each passed, to consider whether to keep funding them, get the it's active one. And then they might say it's a lot of money to help a few people. But you do it right, some of those people you're helping are just desperate. If you don't help them, you make that cost of this. It's the same. So,
Because you like people.
Is there any other discussion?
Last year, I remember I voted for 12.5%, and I've always had something to pay for an understanding of 10%. And so I've always kind of leaned towards that. And I look where the CDBG funds go, they are to a certain area. There are areas that are people that aren't in more need than, they're not available, they're not usable. In some of the northeast areas, you can't even use the funds for that. So I think they're still helping other people. You know, the 15%, I can see both arguments. It's not a, I'm really torn on this one. I can almost flip a coin whether it's 12.5 or 15% personally. But I think of sidewalks, all the sidewalks. Last time we had spent a lot of money into sidewalks through the CDBG funds, a couple $100,000 if I remember right.
I hope what they're doing that when the neighborhood says they want more than their usual allocation for sidewalks.
Well, we don't have a allocation. So that's the question if we had under the neighborhoods.
And for many years, it was the only sidewalk.
Yeah, unfortunately. So,
Yeah, just another comment. Is it helpful to see, you know, the side-by-side comparison, you know, of what, but deciding right now, we're doing that sort of without seeing the side-by-side comparison of what each offer would bring to one or the other, or what it would take away from one or the other. But as they're planning, I mean, there's that argument too that as they're planning, they'll do what you said. They'll take away a little here, add a little here, that work. So I don't know.
That's a good counter proposal. Is requesting a 15 and a 12.5 next year as well. So that's the direction, the guidance would be to for that as well. And then we can see that side by side. We can say, okay, you know, where are our priorities, and does it make our priorities better reflected by 15 or 12.5? And we can look. This year it's $30,000 for a bikeway, but next year it might be. You know, so we could that gives us. I think that gives us information on where the money would be spent differently if we use those two different benchmarks.
We're not really. So if we decide this, then you will bring that proposal. You'll just bring 15 and the 85.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You bring.
If the motion passes as proposed,
As
that's what we
proposed.
would do.
15 and 85. Okay. Well, are there any questions? Or
Ready to vote?
no? Absolutely no, I'm not. You're all ready, then we'll just have a vote. There's part of me that thinks, okay, it's probably fine to go 15 and 85, but I did like seeing the side-by-side comparison.
It's fun to see a chairperson conflicted.
Well, you'll see that. you'll see me conflicted.
I would just say, last year, this has been kind of boiling around for a number of years. I think it was reduced because of our budgetary constraints, or was there a reason?
There were, I think, a couple of reasons. One I remember distinctly was that the feeling that these CDBG funds were going to be lowered every year, and that this was it's coming anyway, guys. You might as well take your reduction now.
And then I think the second piece was a realization that that the 85% is a very, very important part of the non-social services. And as has been said, is in almost all cases serves the same population with more of a long-term infrastructure needs than the short-term will help you today needs. So I think it's been viewed as it helps the same population but in a different way.
And then last year we did vote, the council did go 15.
And I'll come back to the comment that Councilman Stewart made, is that this is one of the few places where you actually have discretionary dollars to do something. And that it was viewed as, we're going to take every one of those we can and apply it someplace where we can really make a difference.
These groups, and after you go on and visit those groups, for perspective.
Agreed. The problem is, you could use up, if you could flip the ratio, you could use up to 85 on the social services side.
All good. That's what I'm saying. Give just give the most, you say it's the best we can do. And
So my view is that we can have whatever it is, and it's not looking at specific year.
So here's inevitably where you're going to go. When they come before you, and they do exactly what Dave has said, and they lay out the case, you're going to go to 15. Unless you just said, no, this is where we're at. Don't show us anything different.
Yeah, I see this is a decision.
Yeah, because when you tell them the stories, people need, you're all going to feel bad if it's not 15.
So are we at a discussion point then that the motion is for 15, so is there a counter motion?
If I were to make a counter motion, it would be, and remember, we're only talking about direction we're giving to the committee for next year and subsequent years.
Well, except to a certain extent you aren't, because the way the motion currently stands, you're actually throwing out the 12.5 proposal that's already been created. The way the motion reads right now is you're directing the committee to only bring you their 15 proposal, and you're just throwing away the information for the 12.5 proposal for this year.
I see. So I propose that the substitute motion would be that the direction should be given to the committee for future years that we are interested in a 12.5 and a 15% proposal. Does that get what we're thinking about?
He was trying to get rid of that.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. When I say you, I'm speaking to our chair.
Yeah.
Is that what you're?
Yeah, I've seen both sides, so I've just attention both ways. And I actually, yeah, I think I'm moving more in the direction of just the 15. Let them come with the proposals for the 15 and the 85. Like you say, they will use every bit of that 15%. The 85 is still, a good chunk. That takes away some of this guesswork of, of having to listen to the different groups and decide who's more important or less important or whatever. That's not a conversation you want to have.
Call the question on the original motion.
So I'll call the question on the original motion unless there's, let's call the question.
Well, there's been a motion made, so.
Oh, there was a substitute motion. Did you make that substitute motion?
Is there a second to the substitute?
Is there a second on that one? Okay, that motion dies then. And do we need to restate or just go with the original motion? Okay, then all in favor? And those opposed? Okay, so in favor, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Knecht, Mr. Sewell, and Ms. Santiago. And those opposed, Mr. Harding and Mr. Winterton.
Your souls are going to burn. You two are bad.
I am not opposed to 15%. I'm just not opposed. I'm not opposed to hearing the 12. Could I?
You're going to be glad the press isn't here.
Yeah.
That was watching.
Well, hey, it's an open meeting. We're on camera. Could I ask? I think the mayor has some feelings about how the 15% we've now said is our intent to use, that our 15% going forward might be better used. And so could we ask Mr. Gonzalez in coordination with I don't know if this is appropriate, but Mr. Gonzalez in coordination with the mayor come back maybe with a proposal on how that committee might approach its work in the future so that we could get more bang for the buck from the 15%. Is that?
So what's the question?
Can we give them some suggestions? I would say for two things. I'm not sure if this was your intent, but one is a way to measure impact and both projected impact going forward. And the second one is where we give it to this organization in the past. What's different because we helped them?
That would be interesting, and I think that would be helpful as part of it. But part of it is, right now we have a system where people go out and they hear these great deeds that are being done by these organizations, and all of them are worthy of the community's support. And so we take this money and we spread it very thinly. And I believe you have a concern about that. So I'm curious, can we, is there a way that the council can give in direction?
I would say issues like life safety, like women's better women's issues. There's some things that elevate for sewing classes. If that makes, and now I don't like people who sew. But yeah, I think, you know, if you go by Dave's definition, you want to help people who are in crisis today.
So yeah, is there a way that the council can give some of that direction?
Are you talking about prioritizing the type of assistance that is given? Who's it helping? Is it for more looking for victims of abuse, more disability, or looking? Is that what you're? Because the council could make those priorities.
I think the question is, can the council give to the committee policy guidance that would help them make their decisions more in line with what the council wants already?
Right. Yes. Yeah. The answer to that is yes, and it's twofold from what the mayor was stating at the beginning, that these as for the first meeting of these committees to have direction from the council on these types of things, and as we're drafting this action plan, if the council feels that there's need to clarify intent and policy as to how those dollars for social services should be used, then it can be included in there.
So what I'm looking for, I guess, is if I understand the mayor feels like the money is spread across a number of organizations, so every organization gets a small amount, and so small amount that it may not have an impact. So what I'm looking for is a recommendation from you or the mayor or guys working together, propose to us some direction that we can give the committee. You know, if we agree, oh, okay, here's our recommendation. Your recommendation is that we direct the committee to fund no more than 4 groups. And then, if we agree with that, then we communicate that with the committee that we would be looking for them to fund no more than 4 groups and just pick the 4 highest priority and then distribute the money among those 4.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Anyone can apply. And the committee, you're taking away the committee's opportunities to, I think it would no longer be a citizens committee recommending. I think we would not be meeting guidelines.
Fine. I tend to agree, and then the other thing I would recommend is you come with me when I go first.
My wife's been on that committee.
Oh,
she has been on that committee.
I don't think, Dan, I don't think you can you're taking away the committee.
That was an example.
No,
I was just wondering if there was recommendations for improvement. That's all I was looking for, is can you give us recommendations on how a process could be improved, is what I'm looking for.
I'm not really ready to give you specific recommendations, but if the council as a body feels that the better use of the funding would be by prioritizing a certain type of service, then that would be appropriate.
4 or 5 years ago, we did an exercise with the council with Post-its on the non-social service side. It was, I think, extremely helpful. And I don't know if we've ever done that on the social service side.
Social services was part of it as well.
But if you did that and you just simply said, okay, here's in the last 10 years we've helped these organizations, and these are their stated out goals and outcomes. Take your Post-its, you all get 5 Post-its or something and rank them, and it would tend then to give the committee some feedback and say, wow, battered women, sewing lessons, pretty low.
Could we do that?
Well, we did that last year as part of defining the locally targeted objectives. And so the consolidated plan right now states those priorities, well, categories. They're not specifically prioritized in order, but it does show among all 2025 that were thrown out, it's about 7 or 8 specifically for social services where the council felt, based on feedback from council and from citizens, how the dollar should be used. And that information is what this committee used as they were funding these.
And will you do that exercise again for this next year? Is that something we would do at the retreat, or is that something?
We can do that as often as we need to. Generally, we do it. Generally, we do it every 5 years as we're planning the consolidated plan. But again, since we have to update that annually, if the council feels that they need to look at it and reevaluate every year, that's definitely something that can be done.
But it's a new council every 2 years. It'd be a good idea maybe to do council different.
And given that, hearing that from you right now, it's something that we can include in the update right now as part of the going forward.
Is that something that other council members?
Good question. So, past committees like this last year, and I don't know, for the last 5 years, has anyone from the council come on a regular basis to just observe and listen to the process?
So for the social services part, not generally. In prior years, almost full council was there for the first meeting, at the last meeting as well. For the CDBG committees, there were a few years where there were 2 council members that were in that committee every time they met.
But not recently.
But not recently. Last time that happened was probably 6-7 years ago.
Dan, what was the meeting? We went to breakfast a couple times.
Yes.
The office across the street. What meeting was that?
I'm trying to remember. Not necessarily a committee meeting, but probably discussion about how those committees should be acting, probably.
Mr. Jonathon, we're going to continue this discussion to the retreat that we're going to be having. If we can do that, we need to move to our next item. But thank you for being here. I appreciate the information and appreciate you being willing to address us in our upcoming retreat. Appreciate that. Thank you. And the next item is a discussion on the consideration of the transfer of property in downtown Provo to further the goals of the Redevelopment Agency. And this will be introduced by David Walter, our Redevelopment Director. And you have about a whole 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
It's not a very big issue. It's pretty simple.
Tonight, we're just asking for authority from the mayor to sign the agreements when they are completely finalized. There's been a few last-minute tweaks. What we're asking for, as you know, we've been working to effectuate a transfer of property to accommodate the state court system so that they could build a new courthouse with an associated parking complex on Block 87 on Block 86 instead of on Block 87, which they currently are. The developer, PEG Development, which is the balance of Block 86. Remember, we own a small portion here on this corner. PEG has purchased the rest of it and is willing to enter into a transfer with us. The courts would enter into an agreement to transfer property to us. This is a request by the state. The state would prefer to deal directly with Provo City as opposed to dealing with the developer. So the court will transfer all of this to us. We will transfer this to PEG. We will transfer PEG would transfer this to us. We will transfer the entire block to the state. And in order to make them whole on a property basis, we propose transferring this portion of the RC Willie block to PEG while we continue to work with other interested parties in the downtown.
The major difference between what you've seen here and what you've seen before is PEG was getting this over here before, and that's problematic for them. And so we've talked to them about using that piece over there with a right to rescind that after 3 years. They haven't brought a development test that we approve.
Who owns the surface parking, city?
We would own the surface parking. And it's our intent at some time to build structured parking there that would benefit the hotel, what would become MATC, and then whatever use goes on, RC Woolley block.
Probably worth noting, Dave, there also is a revenue stream associated with surface parking, both from the courts and from the hotel.
Who owns the parking facility, city?
This would be the state.
But we have used the convention center and public has use of it. And there's also some money and property that comes to us, this Lake Canyon property. It's been crazy to try to get all three parties to feel like they're getting an equal trade in this.
So PEG's picking up both the hotel site and both.
So yeah, PEG would pick up this, and then this portion of the RC Woolley block. The state picks up this entire block. We would retain this, and then we would retain, we do own the parking lot in front of Smith's, then we would retain the RC Woolley, roughly half the RC Woolley.
Brian, what kind of motion do we need to move this forward?
It's on the agenda tonight.
It's on the agenda tonight.
This is, the main thing is this is a good time just to put down questions.
Yes.
The third north right of way.
Correct. It's included in this as primarily in order to get PEG to parity on the property that they're giving up over here. They are giving up roughly 2.97 acres. So if you include this acre and then this acreage here, that gets them back to 2.97.
I guess I hope that maybe sometime in the future, depending on how that develops, that roadway could open up.
The caveat is they can't develop anything there without us approving it.
Okay.
And if they can't come up with something that we approve within 3 years, they get surface parking area. Is that right? And we get that.
Okay.
So we've kind of protected ourselves against making sure we control what goes there.
Okay. I can still see them getting bent out of shape if they propose something and say, no, we don't like that because we really hope this opens up as a road in the future.
So on a long-term basis, if this becomes the structured parking and this all develops, we have had discussions with our Public Works Department about using a portion of, closing off a portion of Second North, but having surface parking over there. There would be no buildings that would be covering that right of way. And that's due to the utilities and the fiber optic lines.
You go in the opposite direction of where I want to go. I want to open up the roads, not vacate them. But
well, that was this proposal for development that is not currently in front of us tonight, and we're still working on other options for the area. So this is simply to move forward, to meet the state's timelines, to meet PEG's timelines, to spark some development and reserve an opportunity for us to leverage future development in this area.
I think we're ready to go ahead on it. My preference would be maybe even in the future trading additional land or whatever with the idea that if it makes sense to open Third North up. That's just my own personal preference.
I can do this really, really quick. We'd asked for a date when Vision 2030 could be done. This, I'm officially just deciding myself on Vision 25. Vision 2050. This is the timeline that community development already had developed. I asked them, okay, when can you be completely done? And they said like the end of April, and so I'm telling you June 1st. Just knowing that things always take longer than they would. That was just a quick follow-up. Mountain Healthcare today announced that Primary Children's Hospital is coming to Provo and will be part of their facility there. Primary Children's Hospital. Yeah. Really big announcement. I don't know a lot of the details of it. That's why I was like right at 12.
Is this an additional Primary Children's Hospital?
Yes. And that's everything else coming to come. It's a big deal, yeah. It's really big for the hospital and for our residents. Instead of having to transport. Yeah, she's up there. They can take them right here.
And that'll just fill up some of the hospital space that was already planned. It's not adding a new building or just in the hospital.
I do understand there's been a closed session And that the intent of that closed session does fall within the statutory guidelines for strategy sessions for litigation or property transactions, and so we appropriate the motion to put the meeting at this time.
Second, Mr. Van Buren, all in favor? Right, to talk while we're eating, we're gonna have to